Hey guys, welcome this morning. This is Pinkie the Housewife, and today is Thursday, June 26th, day 31 of the Sean Diddy Combs racketeering trial, criminal trial. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get started right away. Um, I'm going to take my avatar down, but after we see what's going on in New York, we're going to first see what's going on in New York. I've been watching it with, I've been keeping track of it with the Law and Crime Network. But before we get started, let me just go ahead and let me just first welcome everybody to the Pink House. Thank you all for coming. Go ahead and hit that like button for me. Subscribe to the channel. And let me go ahead and thank you for that. Let me go ahead and put up the warning for graphic content. I don't know what's going to be said or anything, so I'm just going to put it up there now because it will be a trigger warning for some, okay? Or it may not. But this is where we at, guys. This is the process of the U.S. versus Sean Diddy Combs trial process. We are down here at the bottom. We did all the jury selection, the opening statements, the prosecution case, the defense case. Now we're at the ending, getting to the end of this trial finally. Okay, day 31. We're getting there, guys. So we're in closing arguments. They're already started. I'm going to go ahead and let you see what's going on right now, but we are in the closing arguments. I don't want you all to miss much of it, but if we do, we'll roll back when there's nothing to show but the courthouse. There's happenings out on the New York street. Then we'll roll back to the beginning so you can see that part. Anything that we did miss, we'll roll back, but we're going to catch it up where they are right now, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and get started for that. Let me just say, most people thought, let me just go ahead and be putting it up there right quick. Most people thought yesterday that some of the charges for Diddy was dropped. No, that was not the case. They did conference. The jury was not there. They was dismissed the day before, saying not to come back until today, which is Thursday and Friday. We'll get into that a little more, but let me go ahead and get this up for you guys. This is live, okay? So this is what Law and Crime Network. You know, Jesse is on the scene with all of his people. So we're going to go ahead and get it started. I just paused it for a second. Let me go ahead and unpause this.
Not testifying, or excuse me, this is.
Wait, let me just say, if you can hear this, please put a 1 in the chat so I can know for it. I'll put a 1 in the chat. And let me just see. Let me just say, welcome to the Pink House, Alice Shaw. Alice, thank you for being here. Thank you so much for being here. Once we get caught up a little, I'll be taking my avatar down. But I'm gonna run and get my coffee. So let me just say, you said you could hear it, Alice.
Court, he said, "I'm doing great, Your Honor." He added, "I've been wanting to tell you thank you. You're doing an excellent job." And the judge chuckled and said, "Thank you. I appreciate it." And this actually happened a while ago. This is when P. Diddy was asked in the courtroom whether he was going to testify. And obviously, this is something that is up to the defendant themselves. They can obviously discuss this with their attorneys, say with the pros and cons, what can go right, what can go wrong, whatever, but it's up to him. So that's when he said, you know, "You're doing a great job," to the judge, which a lot of people are talking about, but he chose not to testify. Mauricio, I've got to ask you, was that the right choice?
For P. Diddy, for him not to testify, 100%. Like, there's very limited circumstances where a criminal defense attorney is going to put up his client to testify, and I'm talking extremely limited. I have friends of mine that are excellent trial attorneys that believe that a criminal defense attorney, that a defendant in a criminal case should never testify. And for sure, P. Diddy was not a candidate. It's very difficult to explain away the things that he's done. So he was going to do himself way more.
Guys, let me just say this. I'm going to go to the kitchen and get my lemon water. My husband have it ready, so I'm going to go get my lemon water. I'll be right back. All right? But I have to have it. Thank you, guys.
Harm than good by testifying. Now, whether he should have opened up his mouth in a high-profile case and thanked the judge and told the judge what an excellent job he's doing, I believe is a mistake. I don't think he should have done that, because when it comes time to sentencing, the judge is going to be like, all right, well, I want to make sure people understand that I'm not going to take it easy on you because you thanked me and you told me what a good job I am. So I think that for sure his defense team didn't know he was going to say that. And I think he said it because he thinks he's smart and he thinks he's doing himself a favor. But I think the opposite is true. I don't think he helped himself by, thanking the judge like that.
Oh, if it comes time for sentencing, we'll have to talk about mitigating factors too, because there's so much. I mean, the charges that he faces, if he's convicted, could face life in prison. I mean, so the mitigating factors are something we'll have to discuss down the line. But as far as P. Diddy not testifying, I tend to agree with you, Mauricio, that potentially it probably was in his benefit not to. However, selfishly, I wanted to hear what he had to say. I wanted his response on cross-exam to a lot of questions that and I'm sure most people on the live stream have. So that was a disappointment in a way. I do have an update from what's going on in court. And for those of you just tuning in, we do have the government and their closings right now in this courtroom behind me. This is the courthouse, I guess, but there's a courtroom inside of it here in the Southern District of New York. Here's an update. This is Christy Slavic, by the way, who is speaking on behalf of the government. She says, you know the names of the drug dealers by now. Guido, One Stop, Baby Girl. Jane told you that on 2 occasions, she was told to bring drugs when she flew to meet him. She coordinated with KK. It's corroborated by text messages. KK told Jane to swing by Mapleton to pick up the Guido package. He was called during hotel nights, so we know what the Guido package was, more ecstasy. The security team knew what it was. Guido texted Fahim, Puff has a $450 balance with me. She went on to say, Brendan Paul asked for $780 for personal Gucci items. That is hard drugs. Drugs were distributed. It doesn't matter. He wasn't buying kilos or selling them. Personal use is just a distraction. They bought and distributed to people around him. Cassie used drugs at every freak-off, supplied by the defendant. He introduced Jane to drugs, gave them to her at all but one hotel night. He gave drugs to Carrie Morgan and Brianna Bongolan. He made Brendan Paul try Tusi to see if it was good. D-Rock would text One Stop, need to see someone for bro, that is the defendant. Guido asked Fahim to cover the defendant's drug debt. KK knew he was distributing drugs to the woman for the Wild King Nights. And Wild King Nights, we've heard the name so many different ways. I mean, Wild King Nights, that's what Brendan Paul said, or Hotel Nights from Jane, or Freak-Offs or FOs from Cassie. Whatever way you twist it, they were those nights in the hotel room where something happened. And right now it seems that the government is focusing on drugs. So Serena, I'm going to go to you and ask about this. A lot of the allegations were that P. Diddy, especially if we go back to the indictment, the OG, that he drugged these people and then forced them to participate in these freak-offs. What do you think? Do you think the government has proven that?
I mean, I think what the government is trying to do is kind of like what Mauricio was saying earlier about how, the defense is trying to say, this is not a gang. This is not organized crime. This isn't the mafia. And what the prosecution is trying to say is it absolutely is. What they're doing in this breakdown is they're breaking down the hierarchy. They're having P. Diddy as the leader. They're describing, his advisors, his suppliers, his street soldiers, his runners. Like, that's what they're really trying to do here, to say, listen, the defense might try to claim that this is, different from that because this is just like freak-offs and baby oil rather than kilos and guns. But the truth of the matter is, this is exactly that. This is guns. This is drugs. This is sex trafficking. And he is the leader of this organization of criminals. And I think that's what they're doing. They're literally explaining the role of each of the people in this hierarchy with him as the king.
I have another viewer question from JAN. How strong was the evidence of drugs like Rohypnol or GHB in the baby oil and drinks? Mauricio, when I talk about baby oil, we talk about it all the time. I have to ask this question to you. What are your thoughts?
Well, first of all, we have to thank P. Diddy for now, vilifying baby oil. And if anybody thinks that it's not true, try and show up tonight with a bottle of baby oil and see what your wife tells you. So, number one, I haven't heard of any evidence. I have not heard of any evidence directly linking the GHB to the baby oil. I kind of heard like rumors about it, but I'm unclear if there was any evidence presented that that linked the GHB to the baby oil. If there was, that's horrific. I mean, listen, GHB is the type of drug that is extremely frowned upon simply because of the effects that it has and that it's used so much in like date rape cases and things of that nature. So just the fact that he's charged with sex trafficking, forced frontal coercion, and GHB was part of the equation is pretty bad. I haven't heard any evidence that it was linked to the baby oil, but just the fact that it's even on the menu is really bad. And listen, I mean, who's going to have a multiple day freak off without drugs? I don't know how the criminal defense attorneys are going to be able to weave that into their argument. But, listen, the fact that there was drugs in an orgy is nothing new. So, I'm sure somehow they're going to try and like explain that away. But what the government's saying is true. You don't have to, they don't have to, they can show distribution and it doesn't have to be for profit. So again, the problem is from 2008, when the investigation started, he didn't had a pattern in his life. And he didn't think that any of this was illegal. And he didn't even think that he was heated up enough after the lawsuit, after his name was already dragged to the front in the media, after that video came out, he still thought he was safe enough to have machine guns with altered serial numbers at his house. So he was not thinking clearly, okay? And it shows of the level of evidence that they were able to acquire from the search warrant, where he already should have had, if he was a reasonable person, should have already had knowledge and the foresight and maybe the legal opinions from the people in the inner circle to get the stuff out of the house, the footage, the machine guns, 1,000 bottles of baby oil. So, obviously, he wasn't thinking clearly from the beginning, and the pattern that he established in his life is something that's going to be detrimental to the law.
A lot to think about with everything you said there. And I don't know why my head is still thinking about the 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lube. I think it's probably because that image, it's just burned in my brain. Okay, we have a couple of more questions that we can talk about before we wrap up for today. This is a question for Serena, and it's from Love Size Love with Erica Marie. After this case, what should change in how we educate young artists and entrepreneurs about power, boundaries, and consent? And I personally think consent is so important in this. And Serena, the reason why we wanted to ask you is because you are a former sex crimes prosecutor. So what do you think about that?
It's a great question. And I think we have to look at it in two ways. Number one, I don't think that we need to necessarily, or we should have to educate people on the fact that you just simply can't have machine guns and drugs and pay, sex traffickers that should just kind of be a given. If we want to do like a little remedial refresher course, that's fine. I feel like that should be a given, but you're not wrong that a lot of times people who rise in fame and in money, they end up like losing their minds, and they're so egotistical, whether they start out that way or it becomes that way, that they kind of do act like the kings of a castle. And if you're going to have that amount of influence and power, you always have to be careful how you wield it. Heavy is the head who wears the crown should be your motto. You should not take all of that power and use it nefariously to force other people to do things that they don't necessarily want to do, because you have to understand that when you're an average person, you're a regular person, and you ask somebody to do like freaky things with you, that person will oftentimes feel compelled to do it, but a lot of times they might feel okay to say no. But when you are the type of person with that level of power and influence and money, that question, or that not even question, that, environment that you are procuring and that environment that you're pushing on people may not realize that they could say no to you. You may not be giving them the opportunity to say no to you. So when you arrive at that level of status, you better check yourself. You better understand that people may not feel comfortable saying no to you. And you have to be very, very careful about what you do and what you ask people to do, and make sure that consent is legitimate and enthusiastic.
I think consent is so paramount, not just in this case. I mean, it is, but in life. I mean, day-to-day life for all of us. It's so important. Everything you just said, Serena, talking about there, to make sure that you have it. And hey, we've heard this from witnesses on the stand. They've talked about how P. Diddy is larger than life. So when you have someone who they describe him as charming, he's got a private jet, he's flying us to Turks all the time, you know, he seems like a fun guy. And then he asks you to do something that maybe you'd want to say no to. I don't know. It's tough when you have a power imbalance, which is something we've talked about a lot. And I do believe that the government has hit on that too. And I want to go back before we wrap up today, talk a little bit more about their closings. We have an update, and this is Christy Slavic, who's right now in the courthouse behind me, giving these closing statements to the jury. She says, Jane told KK she was having a bad come down. KK gives pro tips how to deal with it. Plain and simple, this is drug distribution. How about kidnappings? They committed them under both California and New York law. Consider Cassie Bond made her stay put. And I believe she's referring to that hotel situation where for about a week after the Intercontinental, she had to kind of, you know, have her bruises heal up, at least allegedly. Now, Slavic went on to say the defendant called Cassie a slut. He stomped on her face. She was disfigured. Roger Bonds caught her and brought her back. The defendant made her go to London Hotel on Sunset so no one saw her, like I was just referring to. She wanted to go home to her mom, but no. It's clear Cassie did not consent to staying in the London hotel. David James testified the defendant demanded to see his search history if he had posted that the defendant assaulted Cassie in the club. Then there's Capricorn Clark. And this is me, Sierra, talking now. Capricorn Clark, very important when we're talking about the kidnapping allegation and arson in relation to Kid Cudi. Slavic went on to say they made her take a lie detector test for days in an empty office building in Manhattan. This was 2004. She was holding expensive jewelry that went missing. Uncle Paulie took her to the future headquarters of Bad Boy. She was tested for 5 lies. The man administering the test told her if she failed, she'd end up in the East River. In Central Park, the defendant told her if anything happened, he'd have to kill her. David James remembers this. He was tested too to get the rat out of the team. In December 2011, Rube helped the defendant kidnap Capricorn Clark. It started on December 22nd, 2011. The defendant banged on Capricorn's door with a gun. He was out for revenge. He barked an order at Capricorn, get dressed, we're going to kill Cudi. And I think that this is important to note too, that we've talked a lot about on this live stream and, you know, other episodes of shows here on Law and Crime, the whole issue with the attempted kidnapping, attempted arson, you know, that the government says we're not going to include. But now they're talking about arson, kidnapping, not attempted, which I think is really important. Now, we do have a poll that's up right now, you guys, that says, how important do you think the closing arguments will be influencing the jury's decision? 68% say extremely, 22% say somewhat, and 8% say not very. So to that, I'm going to go to Serena Townsend and ask you, what do you think about the prosecution's closing argument? How important is it?
I think it is essential. It is so important, especially in a long case like this, and especially when you're up against a defense that's basically just saying, listen, they're just going to throw things at you to make him sound bad. It's very important for the prosecutor to say, absolutely not. What you heard, yeah, it's bad, but guess what? It's also a crime. All of these crimes were all chapters in a book, as she was saying, in this book of RICO criminal enterprise. And so I do think it is very important for a prosecutor to sum up, literally sum up all of the interesting and important and terrible things that happen into this nice package that fits the elements of the crime that they've charged. They have to explain to the jury why it's not just a pile of bad things or kinky things or weird things, and it is actual crimes. And I think that so far it sounds like they're doing a very nice job.
We're really in the thick of it right now with the prosecution's closing happening right now, then on to the defense tomorrow. And we'll continue to bring you all of the updates as we have them on this live stream. For right now, though, thank you to Serena Townsend and Mauricio Padilla, our amazing guests for today. If you liked what you saw, make sure to subscribe to my channel, Scandal, where we talk all things celebrities, Scandal and P. Diddy. And speaking of P. Diddy, I gotta talk about our upcoming podcast that we have. It's the second season of Law&Crime's hit podcast, The Rise and Fall of Diddy, hosted by Jesse Weber. He's back, and the third episode drops in just a few days. But in the meantime, you can catch up on the 2 episodes that have dropped exclusively on Wondery Plus, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. We're going to give you a teaser. Make sure to check it out.
We acting bad. We ain't trying to hurt nobody.
For decades, he was untouchable.
I've gone from Harlem to Hollywood.
Sean Diddy Combs built an empire from the ground up. But now, it's all coming undone.
Sean Combs, the mogul as we know it, is over. I'm Jesse Weber, host of Law&Crime's The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, a front row seat to the biggest trial in entertainment history.
Sex trafficking, racketeering, prostitution, allegations by federal prosecutors that span decades, and witnesses who are finally speaking out.
This is at least the 10th lawsuit filed against Combs.
Each week we break down the courtroom drama as it happens.
How far will he fall, or will he walk free, but with a reputation in ruins? You can listen to The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, exclusively on Wondery Plus.
Okay, guys, thank you. I hope y'all got a lot of out of that, I'm back. But thank you guys. And let me see what is going on. So, outside the courthouse. Oh, let me just say hello to the other people while they was going over everything. Thank you, Renita, for coming in. Thank you for coming in. Linda Gamble, thank you, Linda Gamble. She said you can support the channel by the way of super stickers or super chats. Y'all got to listen to Linda Gamble. I listen to her all the time, every day. So listen to Linda Gamble. And then also, let me see who else we got in here. Sharon came in as well. Sharon, thank you for being here. Good morning. Good morning. It's kind of quiet outside the courthouse right now. Security guard's still there though. Let me see who else I got in here. Was it Shante, Perez, Murray? Thank you for being here. I hope I said your first name right. I hope so. If not, let me know. But I do thank you for your presence. I really do. And welcome to the Pink House. Make sure y'all hit that like button coming in and subscribe to the channel if you have not. This is only being covered on my first channel. Okay, I'm not gonna put it today. It's not on my second or my third channel today. I'm only carrying this on one channel today. I'm exhausted. I can't be taking care of 3 channels at one time right now. But I will drop it on there this evening for anybody that want to go to those channels and do a playback. Okay. Did I forget something? Oh gosh, I forgot something. But let me. Where's my mouse? What is my mouse? Okay. Thank you guys. Thank you for being here. I'm getting ready to put some lotion on my hands. I got the big thing of lotion. I love this. I really love this lotion. I only put it on my hands or across my chest somewhere. I don't put it anywhere else. But it's big. I love it. My daughter don't like it, but she gave it to me. Gave it to me a couple months ago. I take everything that she don't want. Okay? Because I'm not gonna waste my money. Okay. Let's see what else is going on. Let me see. Let's respect. Please, guys, make sure y'all listen to Linda. She is the moderator, so y'all got to listen to her. So I may forget. Let's be respectful in the chat, please, and thank you. Okay. Diddy. Okay. Let me see. I'm gonna check to make sure I haven't missed anybody. Oh, God. Let me. We also, y'all know this is closing arguments, and as I had showed y'all before, when we first started, we're down here at the bottom. Once they get through with these closing arguments, the jury charge and deliberation. Oh my God. And then the verdict. Now, they were saying that as up to, let me, you never know who's going to be talking. Somebody may come up and start talking on their mic. But anyway, let me just say this. You never know what's going to happen. They said yesterday, because it was no one in the courtroom yesterday, no juries, no jury in the courtroom. They was dismissed on Tuesday and said not to come back until today, Thursday and Friday. Okay. Now court would no longer be ending at 3 o'clock. It's going to be 9 to 5. Now that was the normal time, but judge decide he's going to switch his court because he's the Diddy is not the king in that court. He is nobody's king. This is the judge house. Okay. So he said his was 9-3 for the longest, right? Because he switched it up after they start the testimony. Week 2, I think it was. Did they switch it up in week 2? But anyway, oh gosh, I'm sleepy. Because this is early for me. Normally I still be rolling over in bed or just sleeping like I always do, flat on my back, hands down beside me. I don't roll over or nothing. I mean, you know what I mean. But anyway, so am I tired? Yes. Let's see what they're saying right here. AUSA. Whenever you say AUSA, that's coming from Diddy's camp. Okay. The defendant was having a freak off with Cassie and one of the escorts, Julius Flores. Found the defendant sitting in a chair with what he called a devilish stare in the room. He saw another man. The defendant tried to hand Flores a stack of money. And this is straight from the Inner City Press. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. Devilish, sitting in the corner of the room, sitting in a chair. They got to be talking about Diddy's crazy, but all these men in a room and he be butt naked, messing with his hot dog, staring at their hot dog. Oh, that's too nasty for me. Nicki news on narcissism. Thank you, Nicki. Good morning, Pinkie, the housewife mod in chat. Oh, thank you, Nicki. Happy to see you again. Thank you for gracing me with your presence. Hello, Auntie Linda Gamble. You know, I'm just waking up, so I'm sorry. I may look a hot mess right now because I'm trying. I'm really trying. Okay, let's see what else is going on. Okay, when something else break on this, I will not put this aside. I'm going to just put this aside for now. But when something else break on Law&Crime Network in front of the courthouse or outside the courthouse or whatever, or inside the courthouse, we're going to be on it. I'm going to just keep it aside. Okay, let me see what else is going on here. Okay. One second, guys. That's the New York, the way things roll out there. Let me, you hear everything in New York. Sure, Cheryl Howard is from New York. Cheryl Howard, right from New York, guys. Let me see. Live updates. This is from the New York Times. It said live updates. Sean Diddy Combs used power, violence, and fear to run the enterprise. Prosecution says. Let me see. And this just dropped 7 minutes ago. Guys, let's see what's going on. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna have to put this picture up because the noise out on the New York street. I'm gonna mute it for now. Does that look like? What time is it? 11:20 there. I don't think that's 13. I don't think Linda saying hello. Hello, Nicki, news on narcissism, my niece. What did she say? Hi, Deborah. Thank you, Deborah Jackson, for coming in. Thank you on this Thursday morning. We got closing arguments going on. We're headed to the end, guys. They expect this trial to be ending. They expect to put the deliberation in the jury's hands by Monday. Yes, because they're using today, which is Thursday, and tomorrow, which is Friday, for the prosecution and the defense to do their closing arguments. And then Monday, they're expecting to have the deliberation in the jury's hands, and then hopefully then we get a verdict. So, and at one point, the defense was saying, let me unmute this. At one point, defense, Diddy's team of lawyers had said they needed a while. They needed what? It was 2 weeks. Then they said a week. This was for their witnesses, I guess, when they was doing their cross-examination. 2 weeks. Then they went down to a week. And then after that week, they went down to 2 days. And then after 2 days, then they went from 2 days to being just a day. They said a day. And then yesterday, it didn't even last a day. Let me just tell you that it didn't last a day. Not one, no, 30 minutes. That didn't even last an hour. 30 minutes. If you call it 30 minutes, okay? Some people might say, oh, they almost went in. No, they didn't. They didn't have no witnesses for the defense. I guess they couldn't get none of Diddy's people. Hey, Christine, how you doing? How's my baby girl doing? Love you. Okay, and call me. Okay. All right. I looked at Marco Polo. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Actually, one thing you all don't know, my daughter's in the chat. Thank you. Okay. And I'm not talking about play daughter. I'm talking about my real daughter. Love my baby girl. Okay. Thank you for supporting your mom. Okay. All right. Also, let me see. Make sure you hit that like button. Anybody just came in, go ahead and hit that like button. I do appreciate that. And if you have not subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel. Love you too. Thank you, baby. Everybody give my baby girl a shout out. Christine. Give Christine a shout out. Lots of shout outs to my baby girl. Okay. Also, let me just say this, that they did not have nobody for Diddy to call. There was no friends. Diddy had all these people at his party. Diddy, where's all your friends? Hit the like button, guys, including those in the bushes. Yes, come out the bushes, guys. Go ahead and hit that like button. Thank you. Christine got a shout out. She got a shout out. Okay. They had nobody to call for the defense for Diddy. Nobody to say he's a stand-up guy. Nobody to say, oh, he didn't do that. Christine Crum, KK, she didn't even come out. Y'all know why she didn't come out. The defense couldn't even say her name. The reason why, because KK, she know what side she's got to be on to stay out of jail. But I don't think jail is going to save her. I don't think just turning coat is going to save you, pretty girl. Just because you think you're pretty, you don't worry about it. You're still going down. Looks don't save you these days. Okay? It ain't going to save you. Now, I can be pretty, and it still don't save me. Well, it definitely won't save me. But anyway, you still going down. Just because everybody brought her name up. What about Ellen? Why you didn't talk about you? Diddy been on your show more than he been on anybody's show. Diddy been on you. He was the highest ranking person on your coming to your show. Just like he would do with Wendy Williams. He had only reason he did Wendy Williams because that was his intimidation strategy, to me, in my opinion, because he had to let her know who wields the power. But you and him was friends. See, when he was on Wendy Williams, that was the stove. They was going at it. Boom, 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 boom. Shots over here and shots fired from there. Daggers from her side, daggers from his. So, you know what I mean? But Ellen, you was his best friend. But you left the whole U.S. Okay. Soon as Diddy got, soon as this stuff broke about him, they start searching that house. These people start running. They start running. What was his friend that used to hang over the pool in the swings? The young guy, the young, tall, white guy that was married to Demi Moore and Brother Love to her husband. There was a whole family together. Ellen ain't nowhere to be found. No, Ellen ain't saying she ain't coming nowhere. Ellen said she's running. She don't mention her name. Ellen ain't gonna mention your name no more today. I try to hope not. Let's pray. I can't keep wait now. I shouldn't say that. I should just say I move on. Okay. What about all your other friends, Diddy? Where all those friends? All those rappers? Where Meek Mills? I'm quite sure he's over that clapping he did. He's over that. Where is Meek Mills? I know you clapped him to death during his birthday party. You put all that money down on that birthday party of his, and I know you tore it up. The man was cooling his cheeks in the pool, and you calling him daddy. What grown man are gonna call another man daddy? Y'all dressing alike, kissing each other and clapping each other. Where is he? Where's Stevie J? They couldn't find no CBJ. CBJ was 100% behind you, but sooner or later, he had to be on his way. Yeah. Where's Ursher? Y'all used to wrestle over the frosted flakes. Where is he? Where did he go? Yeah, Diddy camp. He was at your Diddy camp. We ain't gonna ask about Justin. I don't think Justin want to be here. And the reason why I'm not gonna say that about Justin is because Justin, he is still trying to deal with that trauma from being around you. In my opinion, in my opinion alone. I hope he'd never have to lay eyes on you again. Because that was a kid. Just like Usher, though. Just like Orlando Brown. Orlando Brown can stand for himself. He ain't gonna let you roll over him. Although, and what about Gray? What's his name? Virasha Gray or something Gray. What's that little? He was Terrence Howard's son in this show with what's his name, guys? Virasha Gray. I know it's something like that. I can't remember his name. When y'all think of it, let me know. He's always in and out of jail because of all the trauma that he had to go through when they handed him off to Diddy and Will. Y'all know who I'm talking about when I say Will. I don't even have to say the last name. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Bright Gray. Yes. The cute little boy. He had a promising career. That he was a triple threat. He was an actor. He was a singer. He could dance. He was just multifaceted. He was the like, if you would look at him like a female, like Beyonce, he was like a Beyonce. He was young coming up. If he would have stayed in the industry, not under these clowns, but under some people that ain't trying to clap on you and pedophile you, okay? He could have been big, really big. But they just put that sinister, evil stuff on him. Brasher great. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Alice, y'all, for giving it to me. Thank you, Linda. Brasher Gray. He was so cute. I think he was such a cute little, I keep calling him a little boy. Oh, young man. Deborah speaking to Alice and everything. Brasher Gray. Cookie's son. Yes, Cookie. And Terrence Howard son. What did Terrence Howard name was in the show? I forgot. Oh, Terrence Howard. Let me just say this. Terrence Howard wasn't playing that game. Terrence Howard wasn't playing the game that they was playing. He wasn't going to let Diddy take no man card from him. Most people don't understand. You have to stand up for what is right away. Terrence Howard stood up the minute he realized what Diddy was trying to do. Talking about he want to let him teach him to how to act, actors training. He went, met with him at his house, and all he did just stared at him. You know what Diddy was doing? Sizing him up. Because if you look at it, Terrence Howard is a very handsome man. Very handsome, beautiful man. Got them beautiful eyes. Okay? And he's a strong man. He's a real strong man. Not like the orange hair man. And not like the Dipper. Okay? But anyway, he wasn't going to let him take his man card away. And then you got 50 Cent. I'm going to clap up Terrence Howard for not letting that man card get away, because you was a strong brother. And then I'm going to clap for 50 Cent. 50 Cent been, and both of them been telling you. And we knew probably more I think the people inside the industry knew, but they were silenced because they didn't want their house of cards to start falling down, because he could end their career in 1 second. But somebody should have said something. But thank God we had these other people. Gene Deal has been so instrumental into letting everything out. And thank God he have speaking up. And then you have, and some people have issues with Gene Deal, but I don't have any issues with him. Yeah. But some people do. I don't know why. That's their problem. I ain't got time to figure that out, because we're at closing arguments, day 31 right now. And this trial is soon going to be over by next week. So I ain't got time to worry about what somebody else got to do with him. Okay. But then you got some of the other people I was going to say. You got what's his name? Cat Williams. Cat Williams. He said in 2024, they all going to fall. They all going to be falling. And he said it right. Cat was right about that. Thank you, Cat. And then there's another comedian. I forgot his name. He's been speaking out too. The one that Oprah had on her show, and he was talking about how he had to walk away from that huge deal, and he went out of the country or somewhere. TP is in the same situation. Yeah, TP is in this. Oh, we haven't forgotten about him. No, I haven't forgotten. We're gonna work on that one again. I haven't finished it. TP is in the same situation. Yes, and since then, a few more high-profile people have been sued. Oh no, just Diddy is just taking up all the oxygen out of the grounds and the earth and the buildings. He's just sucking it all up. He's his own bum. But anyway, I don't even know what to say about him. Let me see where they are at right now. Let me see. Okay. Oh, here it is right here. Okay. Let me give you, here's the latest. And this is 35 minutes ago. Here's the latest on the Sean Diddy Combs. And this is from the New York Times. Oh, before it says Sean used power, violence, and fear to run his enterprise. The prosecution is laying out its closing arguments for the jurors after 28 days of testimony from former girlfriend and personal assistants and federal agents. A prosecution on Thursday, which is today, because they just put this out 36 minutes ago, described Sean Combs, I'm just going to say the diddler, the famed music producer and mogul, as the leader of a criminal enterprise who doesn't take no for an answer. Now, we know a lot of the people that testified, like Mia, told us that. I think she was the one that said you can't even say no to a sandwich. If he asks you, do you want a sandwich? You can't even say no to a sandwich or something like that. You can't say no to Diddy. There's no such thing as the word no. And if you do say no, you're so afraid of what may happen if you say the word no to Diddy. Like I think they all been saying, when you go to HR or whatever, or KK, this is Diddy's kingdom and we all just live in it. Somebody is talking. because you can see it here going across the screen. Okay. So you cannot say no to the Diddy. Even Capricorn mentioned the same thing. Capricorn said you can't say no. And he was paying her rent. That's how a narcissist like him stay in control. They stay in control because they know where your weak points are and everything. Let's see what the little red box at the side, left side just said. ASU? No, AUSA. We're not asking you to find that every hotel night or freak off was sex trafficking or even the majority. We only need to find the elements were met one time, one freak off. That's it. He's guilty, but it was way more than once. Okay. Make sure I got that right. That it is. He's guilty, but it was way more than once. Okay. That is coming in from inside the courtroom, guys. Okay. Let's see what else is going on until we get some more going across on the left-hand side or getting someone else speaking out. But I'm going to pull out what has been said from some of the major news outlets in just a minute. Oh, let's see what is going on from some of the people in the chat here. Okay, let me see. It's going pretty fast. Carol Morgan said, Alexander, thank you for the updates. Then Tony said, look what happened to Cassie when she tried to leave. Yes. You said, some man in the background cheering Diddy on, they're shouting out Elizabeth's name. They're shouting out Jesse's name. And somebody's shouting out at Zoo Tours. What questions do y'all have for Jesse? Okay, that's Alexander McDavid. That's a moderator in the chat. She got $39 million. That's what's happening. Okay. Oh, somebody asked, who is Jesse? I'm new here. Jesse. Oh, okay. You're going to find out. Jesse, she asking who is Jesse. That's Jesse Weber. This is Jesse's show. Okay. Y'all can see the chat is still going. Okay. I had to get close so I can read it. Okay. Hi, Carlton. Thank you for being here this morning. You know, today is closing arguments today. Thank you for you showing your support and presence and everything. Let me ask you all today. Do you think the verdict, when they get when the jury, okay, let me just do it this way. Let me just do it this way right quick. Give me 1 second. Okay? Okay, right here. Because right now we're on the jury charge and deliberation, right? I'm sorry. We're on closing arguments. I'm sorry. We're on closing arguments, right? Do you think when the jury get to deliberate, are they going to do you think they're already have their mind made up on the charges? Remember these charges? And let me just say, a lot of people have been reporting charges was dropped yesterday. No, they was not dropped. What happened was on the racketeering and stuff, some of the things, they had to fine tune it to be more precise on some of the issues for like the racketeering. They had to be more. They had to be more precise instead of. I think it was the defense wanted them to try to bring it in, because if they think about it, if they bring it in, that makes it easier for the jury to say, no, that didn't happen. No, that didn't happen. But if they, the prosecution had it the way they had it, then it would be harder for the jury then to figure out, and we don't want to cause a mistrial. So they narrowed it down to give more specific with it now. But then the defense wanted them to, it got to fall in this here, and if it didn't fall in this, you got to acquit. No, okay. So on here, guys, closing arguments supposed to be today and Friday, and then on Monday the jury get the charge and deliberation. Okay, and then by Monday we should have the jury will be doing a verdict. Hopefully, let's hope. Things will change. Don't take it for sure. It can only be a hope, because things do change in a courtroom. Diddy got all these high-powered attorneys yesterday, all this whole time, and you see what had happened. He paid all this money, and he's probably paying other stuff for them as well. And what happened? They rest their case yesterday without calling not one person, not one witness, not one one friend, one employee, not nobody. They didn't even spend no time. They didn't do nothing. Okay, Diddy. So Diddy keep talking about, was hollering all this week, I need more baby oil. He did need more baby oil in those text messages. But Diddy, you going down. That's my assessment. Okay? Everybody got what they think, whether he's going to go down or not. But let's go ahead and y'all tell me. Oh, let me just say this, guys, while we are getting ready to watch the next up and coming and see what else is going on. On yesterday, no, this is 2 days ago. This is just 2 days ago, okay? For Pinkie the Housewife, I needed 228 subscribers to hit 6,000. That was yesterday, okay? So let's go ahead and get me there, okay? So if you have not subscribed, go ahead and do that subscribe thing. Go ahead and do that, guys. Oh, and let me just say to Black Titanic, get well. She's not feeling good, guys. So hope you feel better, Black Titanic. Okay, I really do. Shout out to Black Titanic, and she's feeling much better. All right. Let me get the Diddy up here. Get the Diddy up here so we can see what's going on. What? No, this can't be. Let me see. I'm trying to see so we can see what's going on inside the courtroom. It seems like somebody got some foolery going on. I'm not here for the foolery. Who is this? I'm not here for the foolery. me just say something. TMZ yesterday, they had a celebrity guest speaking remotely, right? Zooming in. That was D.L. Hughley. And let me just say this. D.L. Hughley, I truly agree with what you were saying. What you were saying, I've been saying the same thing for a long time. And I truly agree with you. And I think, you know who he was at TMZ. He was wrong. I'm going to just put it out there. He was drinking that juice. He had drunk the juice. He had drunk the Donald juice, the orange hair man's juice. No matter, like you said, you cannot explain nothing. You're never going to be able to explain it to him. He would never get it. Think about it. When anybody go outside and interview at a Donald rally or anything going on, they would never understand. So I understand your point, and I understood everything you said, and I was 100% behind you. It made me so frustrated and furious that laying on my bed, I almost got up and pulled it up so I can put my comment in. That's how. But yes, he was wrong, and I understand Harvey and them. They have to be neutral. Yeah, I understand that, and I like Harvey. I like them. I like them. Okay, I always did. But the guy sitting there behind that desk at that computer, he was out of line, first of all. He was out of line. And if you was anybody else, they would not let him talk to you. You know what I mean? Anybody else, he would not be talking like that. But because he had already drunk that Donald juice, that orange head juice, he ain't gonna hear nothing you saying. Like that man said, he can stand in front of New York and pack out anybody he wants, and he won't even go to jail. No matter what you say, this man can do anything, and ain't nothing gonna happen. So you're wasting your time, DL. And I saw your passion. I saw his passion for what he was trying to get across. Just remember, somebody else saw that. And I was that somebody. And everything you were saying, I agree with you 100%. And just like me, a lot of other Americans agree with you 100%. They'll let him do anything. He can snatch a baby out of an American, a woman that was born in the States, baby born here. He can snatch a baby out of somebody's arms, and it'll be okay. They'll say, "Oh, he didn't do that." No matter what he did, "Oh, he did not do that." They can't believe their eyes. They don't take what their eyes show. So I ain't got nothing else to say about that. But I still watch TMZ. But that was wrong yesterday. That was totally wrong. And I'm the one to say it. If nobody else gonna say it, that was wrong. No. Mm-mm. And I love your passion for knowing what's going on. So some people just think we're crazy. No, we ain't crazy. We ain't crazy by a long shot. We just know what's going on. Okay? Oh, let me see what's going on in this. You got the security guards outside. Well, something must be getting ready to happen. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, that's my phone plan. Oh, Lord, it was on my phone. Okay. 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 There's another thing over to the left-hand side. Let me see what he's saying. I don't know why I keep hitting my phone like that. Well, he's saying something. We just don't know. And it's not muted. I just can't hear what he's saying.
Yeah, and then when things, if we gotta move for whatever reason, just unplug it. Yeah, and I'll move it.
He's telling me to move.
Worry about
Yeah.
interference from anything. I just hope that it's not like
He's interference from a lot of things. Just like triple here. Something is getting ready to happen, guys. Somebody must be getting ready to come out. What do you all think? Do you all think somebody is getting ready to come out? Or is he just setting up the microphones or something? What do you all think? Something is getting ready to happen right here. And you see, I got the caption on. The caption is on that. So you can hear when he says things, it's written Kimberly Young. Enjoy listening, Pinky. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Kimberly. Miss Young. And Linda, she's saying hello to you too. No, that's Linda Gamble saying hello to Kimberly. Thank you for coming into the Pink House. So something is getting ready to happen. And I don't know what, but we're here for it. We are always here for it. Let's see what's over in the red box. Okay. Let's see what new note from Inner City Press is in the red box to the left. AUSA. He sent this voice note, Sean Combs' voice. I'm about to really disappear on you. I don't have no time for this baby girl. You got me on my job. You got to get on your job. AUSA. The message couldn't be clearer. Not going to take no for an answer. Okay, not going to take no for an answer. Remember I mentioned that yesterday. He talked about how everybody got to be he's not telling you you got to do this or do that, but after you and trained a person like he did Cassie, he did say once that he molds her. She's moldable. Because he said, and y'all know Cassie, I'm rooting for Cassie 100%, 110% all the time. Okay. But he called Cassie his mold, that he can mold into shape and mold into what he wants at one time. When somebody asked him about his women, he said Kim was his queen and Cassie is his mold, something he can mold. And because she was so young, he took advantage of that. He took advantage of a young child to me, because she was still a teenager, 19 years old. What a grown man want with a 19-year-old? No. Well, okay. I don't want to miss anything. Okay, but while that's coming up, while they're doing that, we're gonna keep our eyes on him. Oh, he was there just setting up the microphones. Okay, so let's pray somebody comes out and talk today. Okay, we're gonna pray somebody comes out and talk today. And while that is going on,
Oh, summer and winter. Only for snowboarding in the winter. Everything else is summer.
okay, we're not gonna not see what's going on there. All right, we're gonna keep our eyes to the prize. Is that those doors at the courthouse?
Do you like winter more? What do you like about it? Do you like the cold better, or is there something specific that you like about it?
Y'all can see the conversation. Y'all can see the conversation, right? Okay, let's get back to this. Let's get back to this. The latest. The defendant used power. Now, this is today, guys. Okay, remember this is today. This is the latest news. The defendant used power, violence, and fear to get what he wanted. The prosecution, Christie, told jurors at the start of her summation, which is expected to last for 4 hours. So if it started this morning, if she started this morning, I guess she's gonna probably go until lunch, or maybe if not, if it goes into lunch, then probably finish up when she gets back from lunch. You know what I mean? So we'll have to see on that. And this is just 56 minutes now from it. And I'm looking for something. Y'all have to excuse me. I'm looking for something for us. Just give me a second. Oh, I can't find it. Okay, I don't see it. I don't see it. Terry, hello. Good morning. Happy Thursday. And you hit the like button coming in. Thank you, Terry. Thank you. Okay. So so the prosecution is still they're doing their closing arguments. After 28 days of testimony, when Mr. Combs, I'm gonna say Diddy, Mr. Combs was under close scrutiny for his violent temper and penchant for watching his girlfriends have sex with male escorts. He is now trying to persuade the jurors that his behavior was criminal, highlighting testimony and evidence from the trial. She is arguing to the jury that didn't. I want to say the diddler. I'm trying to be good and say Diddy or Mr. Combs. But when I see it's saying Mr. Combs, but each time.
And welcome everybody to our extended live coverage of the Sean Combs criminal case in downtown New York Federal Court. I'm Jesse Weber. Thank you so much for joining us. This is our continued coverage where we're going to be taking your questions, any questions you have about what is happening today. And today is a big day. It is closing arguments, or the beginning of closing arguments, where Sean Combs is facing charges of racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, transportation to engage in prostitution. 5 charges. The top count, racketeering conspiracy, you're talking about life in prison. The stakes don't get bigger. And this is an important day. This is the opportunity for the prosecution, more specifically, Christy Slavic, who's delivering it right now as we're talking about this in real time, to take everything that this jury has heard for weeks, and they have heard a lot, and now to try to fit it into an easily digestible summary for the jury, fitting it into the charges. How does everything they heard actually apply to the elements of these crimes? And I will go through right now real quick what has been said so far, but I also want to let you know, not only are we going to be taking your questions, I'm also going to be updating you in real time about the closing arguments. We think that the prosecution is going to go today. We probably are not going to hear from the defense till tomorrow, but let's see what happens. And I'll tell you, give you a quick update. So here's what's been happening so far. The first thing that Christy Slavic says is she says Sean Combs is the leader of this criminal organization. She is listing all the predicate crimes for racketeering conspiracy as the top charge. Not surprising, this is what she's starting with. And by the way, for racketeering conspiracy, they basically have to prove that Sean Combs was the leader of a criminal organization, that he used his staff, his assistants, his bodyguards to facilitate crimes and cover them up. And they need to prove at least 2 underlying predicate crimes. There is a number of them listed. And by the way, there was a whole back and forth yesterday about whether or not the prosecution is abandoning arson or kidnapping. Not the case. They are going full steam ahead. So you have arson, kidnapping, forced labor, bribery, sex trafficking. Let me go through this. So they talk about the predicate crimes, or she talked about the predicate crimes. She focused on the 2016 hotel attack of Sean Combs reportedly beating Cassie Ventura, arguably the strongest piece of evidence in this case. Talked about factors like silence and shame and fame and wealth and using his staff to promote his power, going into what RICO is, going into what a criminal conspiracy is, going into what a criminal enterprise is. You have the different assistants. You have the use of drugs. By the way, one of the underlying predicate crimes is drug distribution. They also made the note that just distribution doesn't require a sale, that he even used drugs during these alleged freak-offs, that there was a lack of consent for Cassie Ventura Fine, alleged victim number 1 in this case, goes into the underlying crimes of kidnapping, the kidnapping of his assistant Capricorn Clark. There was the episode where she says she was forced into this abandoned building, essentially, and had to do lie detector tests, that she was basically forced into a vehicle during the whole Kid Cudi incident. And talk about Kid Cudi, his car being firebombed, that goes to arson, another one of the predicate crimes. Bribery, another predicate crime, where Sean Combs allegedly paid off a security worker back in 2016 for the videotape of him beating Cassie Ventura, that whole $100,000 payment. The prosecutor even said paying for silence is influencing testimony. Sex trafficking, not only one of the underlying crimes of racketeering, but sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion makes up 2 of the individual charges that Sean Combs faces, both with respect to Jane and Cassie Ventura Fine. Minimum 15 years in prison if he's convicted of that. And here, when it comes to sex trafficking, in terms of the RICO count, they were focusing on how his inner circle helped him on this. They facilitated sex trafficking, that he used threats, drugs, lies, illegal violence to make them have sex with these escorts. And it was important that the prosecution noted this. They said not every hotel night or freak off was sex trafficking, but you, jury, only need to find one time. That's big. So whether or not there were multiple occasions, and they're talking about Jane right now, whether you feel there were specific moments where Jane said no, and he kept forcing her into this hotel night, that could be sex trafficking. The 2016 tape of Cassie Ventura, she claims she was leaving a freak off, was dragged back in that direction. They could say that was sex trafficking. So it's big if the jury only needs to find one. By the way, as I mentioned, the prosecutor in the closing arguments focusing on Jane right now, talking about the beginning of their relationship, love bombing her, how Dr. Hughes talked about this as kind of a symptom in an abuser-victim relationship, that he gave her drugs, that Pandora's box was open in these hotel nights, and that she told him she wanted to stop. In fact, I'll give you an update from court right now. The prosecutor says he sent this voice note, and this is a audio message that's being played for the jury, where Sean Combs says, "I'm about to really disappear on you. I don't have no time for this, baby girl. You got me on my job. You got to get on your job." And the prosecutor says, "The message couldn't be clearer. Not going to take no for an answer." Prosecutor Slavic says, "After reading Cassie's lawsuit, Jane writes to the defendant, I feel like I'm reading my own sexual trauma. 2 of my birthdays, you forced me." I think those text messages from Jane are quite compelling, by the way. Jane wrote, "You gaslit me. It was sexual exploitation. You framed as love for your sick fetishes." The defendant called her and tried to trick her into saying it was all consented to. He fed her a false narrative. Then they play another clip. So you're getting an idea here. And by the way, she also said Dr. Hughes told you how a victim is trauma bonded to her abuser. Jane often felt the defendant didn't listen to the truth. She said Sean would say just to move on. He told her to charge him, that lawyers would be involved to buy her silence. You're talking about this alleged manipulation on the part of Sean Combs. We're going to get into more of the closing arguments, but I have an all-star panel and I have all-star questions from our incredible viewers. So first of all, let me tell you who we have. We have with us today for the next 2 hours, we have with us Candace Kelly, legal analyst, professor of media law at Rowan University. We have with us civil trial attorney David Ring, who specializes in sexual abuse cases. And we have with us here on set, Aaliyah Roberts, trial attorney. Aaliyah, it's good to see you. By the way, guess who else we have in the field? Law&Crime's very own Sierra Gillespie. I can't wait to have it. There we go. There's Sierra. Sierra, I'm going to start with you, A, because I haven't had a chance to talk to you about the case. B, you came in all the way to New York to do this. C, it's hot outside. I don't want you just waiting around not doing anything. So I am very happy to see you. Let me actually throw a question that we just got in. By the way, keep the questions coming in. We got a super chat question from Carol Mogan. Carol, thank you so much. I'm going to miss your smiling faces and excellent reporting. I will also miss this chat as there's some very intelligent people here. Love from Australia. Well, thank you so much. We may continue to do this as cases go forward. So, Carol, be on the lookout for that. But Shady Goat, who asks this, Sierra, if Diddy walks, if he's acquitted, will the outstanding lawsuits be enough to finish him? That's my question.
Oh, well, Jesse, I'm so happy to see you. And we really do have an all-star panel today. I'm so excited to see everyone and be on the live stream here live, literally outside of the courthouse. Now, as for those civil lawsuits, let's just pretend hypothetically that we have an acquittal here for P. Diddy. We can't forget, as our viewers so astutely pointed out, that we have all of these civil lawsuits. And I think, honestly, Jesse, it might be enough to finish him. And I don't necessarily mean in the way of reputationally, because that will be an uphill battle for him for sure. But I mean financially. We've talked a lot about P. Diddy's lifestyle, right? The fact that he's got these private jets, he's got multiple homes. We know that from the raids in Miami and then, of course, in LA. I don't have multiple homes. I don't know many people who do, or private jet access. So he's already living large, this amazing life. And then you've got this trial that's going on right now behind me, the criminal side of things. But then we've got the civil ones too. And honestly, if he has to go through, even if there are payouts or settlements in all of these, if he has to go through each and every single one of them, I don't know. I think potentially it could ruin him, at least financially.
And by the way, the burden of proof is not the same as a criminal case. So he could be found liable in civil context and found not guilty in a criminal context. By the way, Sierra has been doing an incredible job covering the Diddy case. And by the way, all celebrity cases on her show Scandal. I want everybody to check it out on YouTube. It's excellent. So hope everybody can check out Scandal, Sierra's show. It's relatively new. She does it an amazing job. She crushes it. So Sierra, so happy to have you. Want to continue the conversation with our legal experts. Aaliyah, good to see you. Let me talk about this. This is what I imagined was going to happen today. They have to explain what RICO is. RICO conspiracy. That's what they start with. That's how they should start. Do you think they did it in an effective way? Do you think that they've now explained it in a way where the jury understands what the charge is, what their task is? I know they haven't been given the jury instructions yet, but the closing arguments are so important given how complicated this case is.
Yes,
And thanks again for having me, Jesse. I do agree with you. I think when you are speaking to a jury, you don't want to speak to them that they don't know what's going on, but you kind of want to talk to them like you are in elementary school, right? This is what the crime was. This is what RICO is, right? These are the different crimes that were committed. And we are going through each crime individually to show you, hey, on this day at this time, there was arson. On this day at this time, there was transportation to commit prostitution. On this day at this time, there were drugs that were distributed in these freak-offs. So I think the prosecution has done a great job of laying that out at the very beginning so that there's no question whatsoever that there are underlying crimes enough for a racketeering and conspiracy, as well as the actual his employees who were doing all of the work for him in organizing and assisting with these crimes.
And they're also kind of addressing potential weaknesses in their case, aren't they? When they say, hey, listen, not every episode is an episode of sex trafficking, right? There's a lot of parts to this where it looks consensual. Forget those. Just look at the ones. Those, you need at least one episode, one instance of sex trafficking. And that kind of brings to a different question here as we talk about this. Candace, we have a question from Sassy Scope who says, Diddy's defense is saying that Cassie was a willing participant in all of this. They're also saying about Jane and had planned all this since the beginning for money. Is that true?
Well, you know, whether it's true or not is left up to the jury. But here's what we know. She was in a contract where she was supposed to produce 10 albums. There was only one that was produced over a very long relationship. So that doesn't look very good, because I think that because of the fact that she only put out one album, she was waiting for the other 9. I mean, I think that that's what the prosecution is saying. Yes, that there was a lot that was done in terms of her being abused, but he was also holding over these albums that were not produced and preventing ways for her to actually get money, which would allow her to go out on her own. I don't think it's true one bit in terms of someone that's been in the courtroom. I did not get the sense that she was just going after money, after money, after money. I think that what she said was married very nicely with what Don Hughes said. We had our forensic specialist and to talk about, a forensic psychologist, to talk about the trauma bonding that you mentioned and to talk about why she stayed. I don't think that it was about money for Cassie. I think when we talk about perhaps Jane, I think that you can look at that in a different way. And I can imagine that the jury might come out of that with a different sense. But I think that Cassie was a really strong foundation that eventually everybody came around and corroborated their stories with, from arson to bribery to, to anything else that was going on. She was a strong foundation.
So as I said, the prosecution currently delivering their closing argument. They're going to have 4 hours to do it. Right now, the focus is on Jane, who makes up, again, not only one of the sex trafficking counts, but also arguably the strongest charge they have, transportation to engage in prostitution. I've said it before. I've said it again. He's facing 2 of those charges. When I say the strongest, I don't mean the most prison time. I mean, it's the most straightforward path to conviction. If the prosecution is trying to suggest and trying to prove that all he had to do was transport people across state lines for the purposes of sex work, including these alleged victims, when you look at the travel records, the cash payments, the audio messages, the text messages, and by the way, in jury instructions, when they were battling it out yesterday, it came out that they don't even have to prove that the people he's transporting are prostitutes. All that they have to show is that a sex act occurred. That's it. So the argument from the defense, oh, well, these people were entertainers. They were entertainers. They weren't prostitutes. That argument's out the window. I think it's important to establish that. Anyway, Jane makes up 2 big charges here, and she also helps with the racketeering. So the reason I say that, here's an update from court. Slavic says, so she asked for $100,000 a year for her to move on. She thought it was reasonable, far less than Cassie. The defendant went ballistic. She refused to adopt her false narrative. You can read the text message. Jane wrote that the defendant was going to show her sex tapes to the father of her child. Then he reached out and told her to come see him in Miami. She makes it clear he doesn't want a hotel night. He says, okay. Despite his promise, he called an escort. Here are more threats about the rent, because she was paying her rent. Jane writes, I hate worrying about the rent. This is in 2024. It all culminated in June 2024. He assaulted her and forced her to perform oral sex on an escort. This is sex trafficking. It was interstate, and the Astroglide crossed state lines. The defendant knew or recklessly disregarded that force, threats of force, coercion, or fraud were used. Consenting once doesn't mean she consented every time. One time is enough. Okay, let's talk about this. David,
this is not a clear cut case for the prosecution. It's gray. There are people who will say that when you look at the sex trafficking counts, it might be stronger for Cassie than it is Jane, because there are so many messages from Jane where it looks like she is consenting to this, where she's setting things up. She was in a relationship with him basically up until his arrest. You wonder, is Jane a strong or weak witness for the prosecution? And even though they say she might have consented, consenting once doesn't mean she consented every time. Do you think the jury is going to side with that?
Well, so look, I mean, we're going to hear the opening, the closing arguments of the prosecution all day today. All right. And then tomorrow, probably all we're going to hear about for a big part of the day is consent. And that's what the defense is going to focus on, especially with Jane. They're going to say that, this was it might be an unusual relationship, but it was one that she participated in willingly. And they've got to make that argument because that's the key to defeating these charges, that this was done by fraud or coercion and fraud and force and undue influence. The defense has to show that this was willing and consensual. So you're exactly right. Jane is probably the weaker witness on those charges compared to Cassie, and the defense has got to seize on that.
Got a super chat question for you, Aaliyah. This is from Donnie ZTV. Will we get to know what plea deal was offered? Remember, there was reporting that he was offered a plea deal before the trial started. We're never going to know that, right?
No, I don't think we're ever going to know that. If we would know if it was accepted, right? They may have a conversation as to the deal that was taken, because then we would know how many years that Mr. Combs would be serving prison time, if at all. But no, negotiations regarding plea deals, we're not going to hear about that.
Let me bring back in Sierra. Sierra, I know this is your specialty, what I'm about to ask you. You ready for this? What is the name? Who's a name that's come up?
Okay.
Who's a name that's come up since the beginning of the Diddy saga? Tony Busby, right? The Texas lawyer who has filed numerous lawsuits against Diddy. Okay. We know that he famously had filed a lawsuit on behalf of a Jane Doe who claims that she was sexually assaulted by Jay-Z and Sean Combs. The allegations against Jay-Z were tossed because of problems with that case. Here's the question we got from Julie. Where is Tony Busby in all this?
Where in the world is Tony Busby? That's such a great question. Well, he's based in Texas, so we know that. But this guy, he came out like guns a-blazing, if you're going to ask me, when he brought all of these lawsuits. I mean, there were multiple that came out all at once, including that one from Jane Doe that you just mentioned, Jesse, that eventually was dropped. But then we have the fact that Tony Busby comes on, like a press conference and says, okay, if anybody has any sort of allegations that they want to come forward, please let us know. Then he does an interview right here on Law&Crime with me and tells me that there are thousands of people who came forward and said that they were victims of P. Diddy. So right away, that number is staggering. And I remember doing the interview and thinking, did I mishear the words that were coming out of his mouth? Did I know what he was saying? But no, he really said thousands of people came forward. So there was that. I mean, that's a major allegation. We're not talking just 50 or 60 lawsuits. If we're talking about thousands of people coming forward, number one. And then number two, Jay-Z has been pretty outspoken in the way of he doesn't like Tony Busby, and the fact that he listed him in a defendant's civil lawsuit in regards to the Jane allegations, that his name, or eventually that was dropped. And then the other one in which Jay-Z's name was listed in a separate civil lawsuit, his name was removed. And then what does he do? He goes and files a defamation suit against Tony Busby. So, I mean, as far as the criminal things that are happening right behind me, I don't know that Tony Busby is related to that, but on the civil side of things, he's definitely there. He's not as loud as he once was. I'll say that.
Talking about what's going on behind you, what's the scene like? I mean, what's the vibe like? Closing arguments, big day. I remember opening statements were a big day. We saw some notable people. Kanye West showed up at one point during the course of this trial too. Who are you seeing outside?
Yeah, Jesse, I was expecting it to be something like openings, those first days where it was wall-to-wall people up and down the streets here. And yes, we do have a lot of cameras. People are doing live shots similar to what I'm doing right now. But honestly, when I arrived here this morning, it was pretty quiet as you can be in Manhattan. We didn't see that much, no lines at all, rather. However, I did see Diddy's family, and they arrived behind me. They came in as usual, so they're in the courtroom now hearing these closings, but nothing too crazy.
It's interesting you say that because, Candace, let me go to you on this. When you look online, there are people who are not convinced this is a case that should have been brought against them. Despite what you're hearing in closing arguments, despite the evidence that was presented, there are people who are skeptical of Jane. There are people who are skeptical of Cassie. There are people who are skeptical of Mia. There are people who are skeptical of Brianna Bungolan. We got a question here, and I'm curious your thoughts on it. The reason I say is there might have been a big interest in this case, thinking it was going to be Diddy's reckoning, but they might feel this is not a legitimate prosecution. The reason I say this, we got a question from Angel Knox. Why is the prosecution's only evidence baby oil and pornography videos? How is this a RICO case? This is not RICO. This is a joke. This is a circus. I don't understand how this even went forward. What's your response to that?
Listen, there are many people who think that this is not just Sean Diddy on trial, that this is hip hop on trial, and that when we were talking about music, that this is one of the genres that gets the most prosecuted and the most concentration because of the fact that there are so many hip hop artists that are involved, and we see them on trial so much. So people can talk about selective prosecution and actually make a very good argument. On the other hand, when we think about this and we think about Astroglide, that's another good question. The reason why Astroglide and the reason why baby oil is important, somewhat might argue, is the fact that, yeah, if you have 1 or 2 bottles or 4 or 5 bottles of baby oil or Astroglide, that might be for personal use. But when you have 1,000 bottles of Astroglide, that means something bigger. This is what prosecutors would argue. That means that there is some type of enterprise. That means that there's something more at play than just personal use. So that is why the Astroglide and the amount of it is so important. Even when someone has drugs, if they're getting picked up for a small amount of drugs, that means one thing. If they have thousands of bags of cocaine, that means that they are being a mule or they're distributing it in a larger way. So that's why the prosecutors want people to think right away, Astroglide and the amount of it, that means an enterprise. That's just not for personal use. That's for someone else.
And there's a lot more evidence. There's testimony, there's audio messages, there's text messages, there's the 2016 tape. I can totally see where the prosecution is going and checking off the boxes. It does become a question if they've proven the case beyond the reasonable doubt. We got a court update from the prosecutor. This is closing arguments again. In 2023, he made Jane feel she'd have a proper New York City weekend, but invited escorts. Jane sent him another message. It's dark and sleazy and fear of losing my home. His response, girl, stop. Then he FaceTimed her and told her about stopping and dinner. He lied. Look, he's also texting Paul Arthur, an escort. Look at these messages. He's setting up a hotel night. When she's in the air, he tells her he has a surprise for her. She did not want it. That before the plane even lands is a completed act of sex trafficking. He tricked her. So then under coercion, she calls Cabral to come to New York. In the next text, she says, in New York City, I knew you would pair me with a random person. Excuse me. In the sobriety party, without drugs, she's so disgusted she vomits. She writes, I'm not a porn star. I'm not an animal. I need a break. The defendant responds, let's spend the day, no strangers. She replies, you'll love bomb me. He switches from carrot to stick. The house, he texts, are you going to let me into our house? 8 times. Then he said he was sick and needed her. She went and had sex with 3 different men without drugs. After vomit, he said, get back out there. 2024 in Jane's house, 3 months after Homeland Security agents searched the defendant's home that used Jane's house. He came home. They were supposed to have a fun date night. They drank and argued. She pushed his head into the counter. Now, of course, Leah, this is if the jury accepts that these actually happen. So the incident that she's exhausted and still has to do this. She vomits, still has to do this. That there was violence and she still had to do it. Forced her to take drugs and still had to do it. The defense will say this is a toxic relationship. This is domestic violence, but it's not sex trafficking. And people will look at this again and say, are you transforming what can be a toxic domestic violence situation, maybe that's susceptible to state charges, and transforming it into sex trafficking? Because again, it's not the typical sex trafficking charge when we think of it. We think of Taken, right? We think of an organization that kidnaps women, ships them off, sells them off. cross state lines. This is about a relationship. Now, not everybody can engage in what Sean Combs did, right? To have the wealth, the power, the resources to do it. Do you think that this is an overreach, or do you think it makes sense based on what you're hearing?
I don't think that it's an overreach. I think it's just more difficult, again, as we've been talking about for Jane's case, because she was arguably in a relationship with him, like we said, up until the time that Mr. Combs was arrested. I think her testimony and what she has experienced alone might not be strong, but if you listen to, as we talked about, Cassie's testimony first, and then we couple that with Jane's testimony, it's very parallel. It's very similar as to the way the freak-offs were initiated, the way that they were exhausted, the way that they had to use drugs sometimes to do that. And I also think that there's text messages saying that, can I come home, right? We've had this whole thing about how Jane's rent is being paid by Sean Combs, but what if it's his apartment and he owns it and she's just staying there, right? Do we know that, right? We can make the argument for the prosecution. Yeah, he was paying her rent for some place to stay so he could have control over her and see what she was doing.
Sierra, let me go back to you. You've been following this case from the very beginning. Where do you stand on RICO? Because we have this question from Green Yoshi. Didn't the prosecution prove that it was a RICO with the accountant, the account transactions, the text messages amongst the team? I guess the question is, what stands out to you regarding RICO? If it's the criminal enterprise, the bodyguards, the assistants, the underlying crimes. You've been following the case from the beginning. Where do you stand on it?
I think RICO is the one that is the most important in the way of a question mark. I mean, we've talked about it. You said it yourself, Jesse, that we think the transportation to engage in prostitution one is the one that's the most shoo-in, if anything can be. And I guess that's just to say we never know what jurors are thinking or what they're going to come out with. So TBD. But as far as the RICO, that's the big question mark for me, because honestly, it's hard for me. And a lot of the viewers who are watching this or watch my show Scandal, they have the question, okay, I don't understand. He's the only defendant here. There aren't co-defendants, and yet you need multiple people to prove this racketeering conspiracy. And I think that's what the biggest question mark is here, is if it can be explained to jurors in a appropriate way for them to understand that it could actually yield a conviction, because it is very complicated to talk about. And a couple of the other things I too wanted to address are the fact that there were rumors going around that, some of the charges had been dropped. I believe you talked about it on Sidebar, Jesse. I actually watched it. I know you did. I watched it. You talked about the attempted kidnapping, the attempted arson. And I think that's kind of in the weeds, but it's so important. And maybe that's something that you can speak to a bit better than me, because you're the one with the law degree, Jesse. But I think those are the ones that are so important.
Yeah. So we got this question from Abhilasha Dariwal. If the prosecution dropped theories of arson and kidnapping, why are they talking about it in their closing arguments? Why do it if they wanted to streamline things for the jury? This is what happened. They dropped attempted arson. They dropped attempted kidnapping. If you go back to the indictment, there are several theories of each one of those crimes for racketeering conspiracy. So there is aiding and abetting arson. First of all, there's arson. There's aiding and abetting arson. There's conspiracy to commit arson. There's attempted arson. They got rid of some of those theories, but they're still going forward with the other theories of arson and kidnapping. So arson and kidnapping are still a part of this case. There would be no way that they would abandon it, considering they spent so much time focusing on it with Capricorn Clark and with Kid Cudi. It is a way to make this case a little bit easier to digest for the jury. It's making it a little less confusing for them. And they might say, okay, we're abandoning Sean Combs engaged in attempted arson, but he still could have conspired to commit arson. He still could have committed arson. I get it. This happens all the time in cases like this. As the trial progresses, especially with the complicated racketeering case, they may say, this is a little bit too much for the jury to handle. We're going to streamline it a little bit. Okay, I want to go back to an update in court. So the prosecutor, Christy Slavic, again, providing the closing argument, talking about Jane. He shouted at her. She told him to leave. She ran and closed doors. He kicked through. This is that violent episode that she had talked about. He kicked down 3 doors. You saw the doors. Here's one of them on the screens. She ran without shoes. She hid. He was waiting. Jane hit the defendant. He punched her in the face. Here are the photos.
He dragged her by the hair back into the house. Jane took his phone and called the other woman. She shouted. The defendant called Jonathan Perez. He followed her into the shower and hit her, knocked her down. He called Anton, the escort, and told her to have sex with him. She put on makeup to hide her injuries. She drove to pick up Anton at the gate. Then the defendant said, "Take this bleeping pill." He put his face inches from her and asked, "Is this coercion?" He was brazenly acknowledging he was breaking the very same law he violated before. Jane didn't want to have sex with the escort that night. She said no, but he wouldn't take no as an answer. Jane performed oral sex until Anton finished. The defendant told his security to bring cash to Anton. They didn't have it. The next day, he gave Jane the money to pay Anton. She Ubered the bag of money over to him. This was coercion. David, is that a concrete episode of sex trafficking if the jury believes all of that happened?
Well, yeah, sure. If the jury believes it happened, it absolutely is. I mean, look, here's the problem with what we talked about earlier with the case is that the prosecution is pushing the envelope on RICO for sure, and kind of all of these charges. For the common person, and they hear RICO, we all know they think of the mafia and massive a drug ring and gambling ring and prostitution ring. So it's really hard to wrap your head around saying all of this is a RICO enterprise or that he's engaged in this criminal enterprise for years and years. And it's confusing. It really is. But I think the prosecution's doing a decent job of trying to tie it all together, make it simple for the jury and say, hey, if he engaged in some of these predicate crimes that we've all talked about, then he's engaged in a RICO enterprise. So again, confusing, pushing the envelope, but they're making their points.
By the way, we put up a poll. Do you think Sean Combs ran a criminal enterprise using his inner circle? Basically, one of the key components of racketeering conspiracy. The people polled, 71% say yes, they acted like a syndicate. 29% say no. That's how celeb teams operate. Really interesting to hear that. Aaliyah, you have a thought on that?
That's how celeb teams operate is very scary because no, celebrities should not be committing crimes. Celebrities should not be abusing people, right? I think from a very, very basic standpoint, I always compare this to like an episode of Law and Order SVU, right? And we talk about how like it's very, very simple for us to understand how someone who gave consent at one point took it back later. And when I take it back later, that's it. This entire case would not be a case if we all agreed, hey, do you want to do this? Sure, I want to do it. Hey, do you want to do this again? Sure, I want to do it again. I have consent every time. This goes away. This is just, a freak off and it's their business and, it's not a crime, right? But if you continue to ask someone and they keep saying no, and then you're pushing them, and then in Cassie's case, she tried to leave and move on with her life and he wouldn't let her, that's taking away consent. That's the coercion.
If he gets convicted of all these charges, I can't say to you I'm surprised, okay? I can't say to you surprised. I understand what the prosecution did. Having said that, I go back to my main point before. This is a gray case. This is not so simple. Why? Put aside the alleged actions of Jane and Cassie during, before, after all this, Mia, Brianna Bengolan. There are parts to this that the jury may look and say, is Cassie really a victim of sex trafficking in the traditional sense? Why? I want to put something up right now. By the way, they went to lunch, so hopefully we get Elizabeth Milner out as well. This is an audio tape that I wonder if it's going to complicate everything. There was an audio tape of Cassie allegedly threatening a man who had observed this sex video, was maybe going to release this sex video. I want to play it. It came up during the defense. Let's play it right now. I'll talk to you guys about it on the other side. Let's play it.
So you have it or you don't have it? Can you just be clear with me? Do you have it?
I saw it and I don't want to ever see it again.
I know you don't, but I want to see it.
Yeah, but I don't want to see it. Bro.
Yeah, you don't have to see it, but it's my life and I'll kill you.
Yeah, but
no, I will kill you if you don't show me right now. I will kill you and I will hide you and I will cut you up and put you in the dirt right now. Pull it up. If you have it, pull that up. Because if not, I'm going to kill you and then he's going to kill you again. So just do it. Pull that up right now.
So Candace, aside from the tone of that and someone saying, that feels like a strong woman, is she really a victim of sex trafficking? And mentioning she's using Diddy as her backup, right?
Now, I'm
Sure.
curious, you tell me what the jury's going to take away from this, and then I have one more thought about it, but tell me what you think the jury's going to take away from that video, that audio, excuse me.
Listen, if somebody was on trial for chopping up someone and putting him in a grave, like she said, that would be one thing. This is just somebody who was scared. And this is what we've heard throughout the whole trial. She was scared. She always felt that there was a sense of coercion over her because of this tape that she is in this particular audio fighting about. So to me, that just makes sense. Sure, she might have been a strong woman in some instances, but compared to Sean Combs and his
Right.
power, because we have to look at the power dynamic, that's something totally different. Compared to Sean Combs and his age and her age when they met, and when some would say he potentially groomed her, that's a totally different thing. I don't think that this audio, if I were a juror, would do one thing at all. I just think that at all times, there was this sense of coercion that we have heard from every single witness. And if I can just jump in and say one thing,
Sure.
I don't think this is that confusing at all when it comes to RICO. If we just take Eddie Garcia and Regina Ventura on extortion and bribery, I think that's the two you have. You don't even need anybody else. If you really are explained what RICO is very clearly, and I'm not saying I agree with it in theory and that this is, the great case to make it out with. I'm just saying if I'm on the juror, if you've explained to me that you get two these predicate crimes, I'm clear on those crimes. But back to the audio, I do not think that as a juror that would make me sway one way or the other.
I imagine the defense is going to jump in on that. And look, I'll say this point. You make a great point that it's different, her conversation with him versus Sean Combs. And I imagine the prosecution, if they haven't said already, will say, you know why she didn't walk away? You know why she didn't do it? You know why she couldn't fight back? Because look at the 2016 tape. Look what happened with Kid Cudi. It's very different, providing some sort of resistance to Sean Combs. But I'll also say she was so scared of this tape, right? The argument could be she was so scared of this tape coming out. She was so scared of anybody seeing this tape. When we talk about the alleged threats from Sean Combs to release these videos, of course that goes to the coercion element. Now, I'm sure the defense will say, hey, he was never going to release them. He didn't want any of that out there. So it's a back and forth. I think this is going to take a while for the jury to ultimately deliberate. And I don't think this is necessarily, I hear you. I think that they've checked a lot of boxes. I just think it's going to take a while to ultimately come to a conclusion about all these charges. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take a quick break. So the jury went to lunch. We're going to get Elizabeth Milner out here, and then we're going to continue the conversation with my expert panel, your questions on the other side. Stay with us.
They're going to take a quick break. While they take a quick break, what we're going to do is go ahead and get into. Okay, we're going to go ahead and finish getting into some of the things that's going on. And thank you, everybody that came in doing that video, live video. Thank you all for coming in. And make sure you hit that like button. And if you have not subscribed, go ahead and subscribe to the channel if you have not done that already. Okay? And don't forget to hit that like button. All right? To support the channel. Okay. Let's see what else is. Okay. What to know. Okay, I'm going to read this. This is what to know about the trial that's going on right now. And I will keep my eyes on the Diddy trial. Okay? I will keep my eyes on it. There it is. Nobody is talking because they're waiting. I think because they're going to lunch. So while they go to lunch also, let me just pull this up right quick. And I'm going to put my avatar up right quick because I'm going to be trying to take a bite of my food my daughter brought me. Okay. This is something new that I have never had. And so far, it tastes good. Let me I'm trying to see. Okay. Here we go, right here. Let's see what he's talking about. This is just a few minutes ago. And like I said, guys, we will keep up with what's going on. Hi, Daniel. Thank you for being here. That's because she should. That's because she could off. Say you show that video. All SU. You know what? A lot of people say things. Hi, Nick Black. So 1,000 bottles of baby oil is a crime. No, I got my 1 bottle of baby oil. My baby oil is for a real baby, though. We got a real baby in the house. Well, we got, I think, 2 bottles of baby oil in the house, or maybe 3, but we got a whole baby, a real baby in the house. And I don't think our baby, he would take kindly to somebody using his baby oil on a grown up. But no, 1,000 bottles of baby oil is not a crime. Yeah. Thank you all for coming in. Make sure y'all hit that like button coming in. All right. And let me just do this right quick.
After more than 6 weeks of testimony, evidence, and at times intense emotion inside the courtroom today, final arguments begin in the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial. Prosecutors will go first and expect to spend about 4 hours making their final points to the jury.
This is the opportunity for the prosecution to show why the evidence is relevant, why it matters. And for the defense, there are time to say this is why it doesn't prove what they need to prove.
Combs' defense team will get their last chance with jurors tomorrow morning, and then the judge will give instructions to the jury before deliberations begin either Friday afternoon or more likely on Monday morning. The music mogul has pleaded not guilty to charges including racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking. If convicted on all counts, he could face up to life in prison. That's the latest from here in New York. I'm Jay Gray, NBC News.
Okay. You could. We're going to find out soon because today is closing arguments, 8:31. This supposed to continue until tomorrow, Friday. It started today. Monday, the jury should get charges and deliberation on Monday. And you never know whether we're going to get a verdict right away because their minds are made up, or it may take a few hours, or it may take days. You never know. So, but only thing we have to do, I keep all eyes open because you never know. I think this is the trial that's gonna, because I don't think the industry, and I don't think Hollywood and the industry, music industry eyes was fully open. And I don't understand why not when they had, you had a lot of high profile people so far that with scandals, big scandals already this year. Like Cat Williams said, they're all going to be brought in the forefront or something like that. in 2024. And so far it's been happening even in 2025. So with that being said, with I would say with, what's his name? R. Kelly. They was doing the same thing around the same time. And if R. Kelly was doing it and got locked up, seemed like, oh my, I need to stop. I can't help employees. I cannot help people that thinking they're my girlfriend. And I know they're not, but I got to play this role because I'm going to pimp them out. Subtly, in a subtle way, like you, my girlfriend, and I like kinky sex. And I like to see they play these roles. And she thinking, oh, it's good and fun. I'm going to make my man happy. Yeah. That's your job now. You see, oh, you're down for it, then that's your job. That's your job. Okay? I don't think he ever took any woman seriously as his girlfriend besides J-Lo and Kim Porter. If anybody was in the mix of that, I don't know. Seemed like they all was about the same as everybody understand. And I'm wondering, where is J-Lo? Yeah, we wonder. Where's J-Lo? Okay, but anyway, let's see what's going on. Like I said, I'm not gonna, we're gonna keep our eyes open. So if anything else pop off, we'll see it right away. Okay, it's still live. And now I'm gonna go ahead and go over some of the things that's going on right now. Let's see. Maybe some of these things I already mentioned. Okay, after the 38-day testimony, Combs was closed to, okay, we did that one. The prosecution showed jurors the photo Cassie took of herself after Diddy, Sean Combs, assaulted her in Los Angeles hotel in 2016. Now, this is these are latest information from today. This is all from today. Okay. Her lip is swollen and she is wearing a pair of sunglasses to cover up what she describes as a black eye. Christie, which is one of the attorneys, has started to walk the jury through the events of that day, March 5th, 2016, one of the most critical dates in this case. Okay. Attorney Christie, the prosecution delivering the closing argument, is speaking to the jurors. Slowly and methodically, reading from prepared remarks on in front of her while referring to a slideshow, slideshow with snippets of evidence. So the prosecution is delivering their closing arguments, showing the jury and reading a prepared remarks, but they also got a slideshow going on. I'm just trying to put it. Oh, he's back talking. I was too busy looking at that. Okay, Jesse.
In-court reporter, a fan favorite. Everybody loves Elizabeth. Why?
Yes.
Let me read it to you. Alana Rodriguez says, hi, Queen Elizabeth and Jesse.
Oh, she
You're
gets
both
a
great.
lot of fans.
Jesse's handsome. Elizabeth's gorgeous. Question for Elizabeth. Did Combs' family come today? Elizabeth, good to see you. Did Combs' family come today?
Well, that's a great question. And also, thank you so much for the sweet, kind words. I always appreciate it. And I read a lot of y'all's comments. So thank you again. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
yes, it was a full house today inside that courtroom, literally body to
Right.
body. Oh,
Let me say this, guys. You all see how many people right now is outside that courthouse, right? Now, just think this is going to continue from today and tomorrow. And also Monday is going to be these last 3 days, this last 2 days of this week and starting next week, it's going to be like somebody opening up the zoo. Oh, like we are at the zoo. Meaning it's going to be so many different people out there.
a lot of people inside that courtroom, and especially over on the defense's side, where you're seeing more of Diddy's support system and family come to court today to really kind of be here for
Yes,
the
girls
final
are back.
days of the trial, pretty much. Of course, that being summations, aka closing arguments. So we saw everyone from Janice Combs, Diddy's mother, Charlucci, who's one of Diddy's very close friends, who's been inside that courtroom every single day of trial and even was attending some of those pre-trial hearings too. We saw Keisha Combs, that's Sean Combs' sister, Justin Combs, Sean Combs' son. Quincy was there again. That's also Sean Combs' son. Misa Hilton, who is the mother of Justin Combs, was there. Sarah Chapman, who is Diddy's daughter Chance's mother, and then of course the twins were there, that being Delilah Combs and Jesse Combs. And so it's interesting, the only one that notably was absent from what I could see inside the main courtroom was just Christian Combs, but everybody else, and I should also say probably his youngest daughter, that being Love, she wasn't there inside the courtroom. But I think notably also some interesting faces that are inside that courtroom today too, maybe not necessarily on Sean Combs' side, was Doug Wigder, who we all know to be Cassandra Ventura Fine's attorney, as well as Jay Clayton, and that's the acting U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York. So a lot of famous faces are inside that courtroom, a lot of people that we're very familiar with as we've been following this case pretty closely. Oh, and I think I forgot Karen Agnifalo's inside that courtroom too. So it's a lot of people there really trying to see what these summations are going to be, both on the prosecution side and then once we get to the defense's closing tomorrow, obviously for the defense's side too.
Since there are no cameras in that federal courtroom, there's no audio equipment in that courtroom, Elizabeth has been our eyes and our ears for the last several weeks. So we have this question from Merlene Spies. What is Diddy's reaction today? Does he look worried?
Yeah, so I was trying to get some peeks in between all the heads of the attorneys that were literally right in front of me inside the courtroom today. Because normally that row right in front of us in terms of the press is normally empty. But today, again, everybody's inside that courtroom. So when I was getting peeks and glimpses over at the defense's table, I was trying to see what Sean Combs' demeanor was during these closing arguments, especially as they were talking about RICO, especially as they were talking about sex trafficking, both alleged victim 1, that being Cassie, and alleged victim 2, that being Jane. And so from what I could see, especially at the start of the trial, or excuse me, at the start of closing arguments today, I really kind of saw Sean Combs really just kind of stare a little bit into the distance. From what I could see, he was kind of looking towards where the judge is on the bench, and obviously there's no witness over there. So really the prosecutor, that being Christy Slavic, was giving her summations over kind of towards the side right in front of the jury box with a microphone and a stand, kind of like the one that I have my notes on right now. And so I saw him kind of looking a little past her, again, kind of towards the judge's direction. Then I would look over, I'd see him kind of like getting glimpses over at Christy Slavic doing the summations, and possibly at the jury too. And then I saw him, doing what he usually does too while he's at the defense table, which is jotting notes down, passing them off to Mark Agnifalo. So really we got all these different kinds of movements from him. But in terms of just demeanor, I think he was just especially happy to have his family inside that courtroom, making sure everybody who was on the list was able to get inside in order to support him. And so from that was probably the most reaction I've seen of him, is just a big smile on his face whenever he saw his family.
Elizabeth, we're reading the transcript of the closing arguments. We have no idea what the tone is like. We have no idea how Christy Slavic is actually delivering it. So we have a couple of questions here. Jack asks, Elizabeth, how would you describe the overall tone of Christy Slavic's closing argument? Was it emotional, methodical, aggressive? John Doe III asks, what seemed to be the prosecution's most powerful moment in closing arguments so far?
Yeah, well, it seems like it's very methodical. And, I know that this is a very high profile trial. Obviously, it's a very high profile defendant, that being Sean Combs. And so maybe people might think that they're expecting these very animated moments during the summations done by the government, but it seems like it's just really kind of very monotone, very just kind of very concise, I should say. But I will say this, Jesse, is that Christy Slavic, when she's giving these closing arguments, she really is just laying it out as simple as possible, to the point I'm actually understanding everything that's going on. And I'm like, okay, this is really just kind of laid out perfectly for the jury. Now, could points have been kind of condensed a little bit and not as repetitive? Possibly, maybe. But in terms of just the tone in her demeanor while giving these closing argument, it is very kind of similar to how the government's opening statement was. It was just very monotone. You can tell she's kind of reading off of the script that she had prepared. But I think it's interesting too, because they put, you know, a PowerPoint presentation of just everything in terms of just all the assistants that the jury was able to see, all the escorts / entertainers that the jury was able to see. They were kind of bringing points from the transcript and relating it to certain points of maybe, you know, in some cases, the RICO conspiracy and arson and kidnapping, relating it to the testimony that was given by particular witnesses, including, you know, Kid Cudi or Capricorn Clark, those types of folks. And then bringing it back to the text messages, where they're highlighting how these certain text messages will really kind of point to instances of alleged sex trafficking in terms of Jane or in terms of Cassie. And so that's really kind of the tone in terms of the closing arguments that they have. And from what I could see even of the jury, especially at the beginning, they were really kind of paying close attention. I think maybe towards the lunchtime hour, they were ready for lunch, because it's a long time to be listening to just one person. But, you know, if I can binge watch a Netflix series for 8 hours, I think the jurors are okay with the 4-hour summation.
Well, that is why the defense wanted Mark Agnifilo to go on Friday. They didn't want him to have to go after the jury's exhausted from prosecution's closing argument and having lunch. Oh, now we got to hear the defense. It affects the impact of that. So I completely understand it. Elizabeth, I know you have to get back into court. Great seeing you. Thank you so much. Great reporting. We even have Outcast 93 saying, Elizabeth, you've been doing a fantastic job since the beginning of this trial. You really have. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to continue the conversation now with Candace Kelly, David Ring, Aaliyah Roberts. Maybe we'll get Sierra Gillespie back up here as well. Aaliyah, I want to turn to you. We have a question that came in from, by the way, if you have questions for our panel for the next hour, by the way, we're doing full coverage. We're going to have Anjanette doing, I think, 3 to 5 p.m. Eastern as well. Elizabeth and I are going to be doing a recap for Sidebar, recap of the entire prosecution's closing argument today. You can check that up later on Law&Crime's YouTube page. But we're getting, so if you have questions for the next hour or so, make sure to submit them. We'll answer them here. Olivera Nikolic asks, do you think that Jane's testimony was a total fiasco, considering that she testified that she willingly agreed to everything? Shouldn't the prosecutors see that during preparation?
I do not think that Jane Doe's testimony was a waste of time. Let's say in this scenario where they don't believe that Jane Doe was coerced, right? What we did get from Jane Doe's testimony was a complete corroboration of everything that Cassie Ventura Fine testified to. We had a very, very good, a lot of the different ways in which she was manipulated and abused, and that the physicality between Sean Combs and Cassie Ventura Fine's relationship, which then makes her more credible, right? So let's say we completely have Jane Doe, I don't believe that she was forced, I don't believe that she was coerced. You still have then bolstered Cassie Ventura Fine's testimony, and that will, again, still lead to a conviction based off of everything that she had testified to.
You also need another victim. I mean, if you're talking about a pattern of abusive victims, I mean, sure, Mia, question, Brianna McGowan, but she makes up another specific counts in this indictment for racketeering, for sex trafficking, for transportation to engage in prostitution. I know there was a whole question about, wasn't there supposed to be another alleged victim that testified? Still kind of up.
Jane, she endured the most days on the stand. Well, you know, Jane Doe. Jane, she goes by Jane. She endured the most time on the stand. Besides, I think it was Cassie. You know, and I understand Cassie. She's their star witness, the main witness. Okay. But for Jane, I mean, she got question after question about everything coming at her from both sides, you know. But the defense tried to poke holes in it and everything, but it didn't work. We are. I don't think the jury can unhear what they heard. You may say, tell them to strike this or remove this or whatever you may say, but she still said it. And oh, that was a message just coming across. And let me just say my thoughts. Thank you for being here, my thoughts. Thank you for coming in. But Jane endured the hardest testimony of everybody besides Cassie. Oh, and then don't forget Mia. Mia is the one that had her hair hanging down over her. Not hair hanging down. I have to show you who Mia was. It's hard to describe how she had her hair. Ooh, did I take a picture down? Yes, I did. Let me just try to see that. Do I still have it close so I can just oh, here she is. Mia. See how she got her hair hanging this way and pulled back. I thought I had never seen anything like this. That you have to have a first for something. This person was just totally traumatized. Just totally. And I think everybody's heart broke for her when the first day of her testimony. Oh my God. Then, Jane Doe came in, and then I think it was maybe the third or fourth day or something of testimony of hers. I guess she said, I'm coming strong now. Yeah. That's when that day she was bringing up the bag, the handbags and stuff. Yeah. Okay, here we go, Jesse.
Up in the air about what happened there. All right, David, back to you. We have a question from Matthew Robillard. How can Diddy even begin to handle over 70 civil lawsuits? I don't know if that's the exact number, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is. Is it realistically possible to address each one, or is the strategy just to settle as many as possible?
Oh boy, look, he's going to be fighting these civil cases for a long time. Let's assume he's acquitted, right? And he still has to deal with the civil lawsuits. And what's likely going to happen is somehow they're going to, get coordinated, and there's going to be, a process to them, but it's going to take years for him to get through the civil cases. And it'll be even more difficult if he's in prison trying to do it. So no, he's not just going to go and start paying off everyone and sell those cases. He's going to hire, and I'm sure he has, he's going to have these outstanding lawyers who are going to fight the cases and ultimately settle the ones that need to be settled.
Mm-hmm. All right, Candace.
What he got right now, he got high-powered lawyers. And if he is in prison or jail or whatever, prison, serving time, trying to fight over, I remember it was 30-something or 40-something. Now, I think several people have said it was about 70-something lawsuits that's coming, that's on top of him right now. And trying to fight all those in lockup, but you still hire your high-powered attorneys, and but someday this money is going to drain on out. It's going to be draining out. It's like it is now. It's going to even be draining out like water soon. And You still got a lot of kids to take care of, you know, things, people to take care of and everything else. You still got your mom. I don't think mom would want to give up her place. Seems like everybody don't need to come together under one roof to help pull together, because money ain't gonna last forever. And if it's a RICO, money's gonna go out to the victims. Yeah, or the money is government's gonna come in and take all of that. So I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine's on that, Diddy.
Question from Dee. Why Diddy isn't ratting out people to get a deal?
So
$1
I tell you
question.
what, there's still time for a plea deal. I mean, it's very unlikely that that will happen.
Is
if
there
this
really?
something that
Is there really? You think that would happen? What would that look like at the end of this?
Yeah, is it still? He can still ask for a plea deal, but I doubt if it's going to be the plea deal that they offered him at the very beginning. It ain't going to get as good as it was before, when the first plea deal was offered. He turned it down to go to trial. So it may be a plea deal, but not as good as it's going to get. Oh my Lord! Okay, must tell.
Trial. Everybody testified already.
Like I said, it's very unlikely that would happen. We're saying that the door is open, technically speaking, but we know that is, we have passed that. That ship has sailed. Now I'm trying to remember what your question was. Oh, will you rat people out? You know, I think that one of the strategies that we don't know about is what's going on behind the scenes with Sean Combs. We don't know what that plea deal looked like. We don't know whether or not he gave up people, and if it was enough to get a plea deal that he liked. Obviously it wasn't, because he didn't take it. So I think that there's too much information that we don't know about in terms of ratting other people out. And I wouldn't call it ratting. I would call, listen, you have to act and comply with what your defense team is asking you to do. There's information that I'm sure he has, and there's information that I'm sure his defense team has that is very, very important, and that perhaps can get him off in maybe some of these civil cases. That is yet to be seen, but those civil cases are going to be what is next. And we might hear a little bit more about who's involved in those particular cases.
I never believed that he was going to be ratting out people, because if you take the prosecution's narrative, he's the head. He's the top fish. He's the head of this criminal organization. Now, you could say politicians, you could say other KK. I mean, it's really him. It's you could look at other celebrities and politicians, but a lot of it was innuendo. A lot of it, I think a lot of people went into this case thinking that, oh my gosh, every single white party is going to be exposed. Every single celebrity is going to be exposed. It's going to be like Jeffrey Epstein. That really wasn't what it was. It was a very specific prosecution with specific victims, specific charges. And, I don't think he was ever going to take anything where he would have any prison time, because one of the reasons we have rushed to trial, Leah, right, is because he didn't want to spend any more time in jail. I still think that he thought the reason he surrendered his passport, the reason he came to New York, he thought he was going to make bail. And if that was the case, we wouldn't have a trial right now. He's going to push it down the road.
I completely agree. I think people, the viewers,
Now, I do agree on that. He really, Sean Diddy Combs thought he was getting bail that same day. Yes, he did. And when I say that same day, he thought it was, that's why he had his everything already ready. The passport of all the females in the house, but not his sons. Mama passport, his daughter's passport, the house, Mama's condo or whatever it was, and $50 million and everything. He had everything lined up. I do have that in a video. I may think about trying to bring it back up, but I'm not saying I would, but I'm thinking about it. He had everything ready. denied bail 3 times by 3 different judges. All said the same thing. Flight risk. He could be a flight risk. He could, you can see I ate my lipstick off. Not lipstick, lip gloss, because I don't wear lipstick, lip gloss. But he was denied 3 days straight. He was arrested on September the 16th at the hotel, coming into the hotel. The agents was waiting on him inside the hotel. When he walked in with his crew, his people, or bodyguards, or whoever you want to call them, you see, they didn't do nothing. Sean, they just flashed whatever they had to flash like that. Had that envelope, brown envelope somewhere or something. Let me answer this question. Do you believe the relationship with Kathy and Jane was based on coercion or consent? Oh, y'all know what that is. Coercion. I already answered it. And that is I didn't get a chance to. That's 35%. And some people said it was a mix of both. Coercion. 100%. Especially with the Cassie thing. He did a pimpified. He was a certified pimp. It's okay to be a certified pimp. There's a lot of them out there. But anyway, let me just go ahead and let them talk. And I'll finish eating up my food before it gets too cold. Okay?
I was born in the 90s, so I recognize that people might not be aware of this. This is not the first time that Sean Combs has been charged with a crime, right? This is not the first time at all, right? We have the issue with the gun with J-Lo back in 2003. If I'm not mistaken, he was charged with murder, or there was a conversation about or him being charged with murder. So he's used to, okay, I'm Sean Combs. I show up, I do what they tell me to do, I pay whatever I need to pay, and then I go on with my life, continuing to do what I've been doing. And I truly believe that there is a part of him that still thinks, despite all of the evidence that has been proffered against him, that that's what's going to happen this time.
David, we got a question that came up from Kanisha James. Hi, awesome panel. Thank you. Question. Isn't Christina Coram, who we were just mentioning, Christina Coram, like Ghislaine isn't KK like Ghislaine for Epstein? She was never called as a witness. Why would KK be different?
It's very, very good analogy there. Now, she's referring to Ghislaine Maxwell from the Epstein case, who really brought these teenage girls to Epstein so that he could engage in illegal sex with them. And now she's serving 20 plus years in prison for that. I don't think we heard that KK participated in Sean Combs' instance that much as Ghislaine Maxwell did with Epstein, but she is the chief of staff. Her name has been bannered about this entire trial. She's never called to the stand by either side. She's definitely one of the co-conspirators that's going to be bannered about in closing argument as being in on a lot of these crimes. And she's a central figure. And if he gets convicted, there's a very good chance that she's going to get charged next.
That's what I'm thinking, because she have never, her name's been mentioned all through the trial by everybody, almost, literally, okay? And she haven't been called as a witness for not even the defense. That's Diddy's right-hand person. That's his right-hand woman. She knows everything. When he's not there to say yes to or no to something, that's her job. She knows where all the skeletons are buried. And she knew everything that was going on. Okay? She even had people, she knowingly explained to them how to deal or go pick up the drugs or the money, or what to do, or how to prepare the room, or don't forget the baby oil. Don't forget the baby oil thing. Yeah, she did the baby oil thing. She did the baby oil thing where they had to when Diddy was running, they showed the text messages or audio when he was running out of baby oil. He said he need more baby oil. They trying to figure out how many bottles. Oh, 10 more, 20, 30, 40 baby oils. I always say I got the baby oil, but this is for a real baby in the house, not a makeup baby, not a play baby. Oh, not a play baby, not a grown person. Sorry about that, guys. I'm really sorry about that. Talking about not a play baby. But yeah, she knows everything. So if she's not being part of it now, expect her to be part of it later. That's why you haven't seen her in the courtroom. That's why you haven't heard her name mentioned when it comes to coming up to the stand or anything. Remember when Kanye West's name, Mr. West's name was brought up, what did he do? He popped up. He pulled up in his white denim outfit with some shoes on that can fit him. He was looking like he had some sense then. Coming up, walking in there, and knew how to act. Most times he don't even know how to act. He act a fool everywhere he go. But when he showed up at that courtroom, he knew who was in charge. He better act right. Act right, or you could be facing going to jail for acting a fool over somebody else's trial. You know what you did. I don't know what you did, but if I did, I wouldn't say, because we ain't talking about your crimes right now, if you got any. We're talking about somebody else, and allegedly that's in my opinion. But let's get on to KK. Christina Crum, the head woman in charge. The head, she's in charge. Yeah, she knows what she be doing. She know what she did, and I hope she is she a mother? I think, is she a mother? Knowing what all he was doing to Cassie. Oh my God, how do you live with yourself, woman? I guess you could be bought. People can be bought.
Candace, I think you want to say something about KK. I feel like you want to say something about KK.
Yes, say it.
Well, KK is one of those people. If you hear somebody dozens and dozens of times in a trial, this person has to be involved. Again, not to the extent of Maxwell, like was just mentioned, but we know that she knew everything that was happening along the way. We may not have heard from her, but we actually did. We heard from her through text. We heard from her through different conversations. We heard from her through the last two summary witnesses that had digital evidence, huge footprints of how she was involved. So we may not have heard from her physically, and we may not have heard from Sean physically out of their mouth, but we heard something that could not be disproved and that was entered into evidence. 36 pages of information that connected everybody together. I think that she's very, very important. And I think that had she come.
Don't forget about the tape, guys. Remember the tape from CNN. The beating, that little snippet that CNN dropped, that Garcia, when he came, the security guard from the hotel, that his manager sent him to go deal with the Diddy. Yeah. So he'll be getting $50,000 for that tape. Diddy gave him $100,000 to make sure this was the only copy. And Diddy have the only copy. But tables got turned. They outsmarted the diddler. That's bad when you outsmart the diddler. That means you on your game. That means you street. You straight up street. You straight up got that hood in you when you can outsmart him. Because he claimed he is a very smart person. He claims that now. And when you can outsmart the diddler, oh, that's exactly what happened. Because there was another copy. How do you think CNN got their hand on it? And it laid low for all those years. They divided up that money. Yes, they did.
either prosecution or the defense, I don't know. I think that would have opened the door for Sean Combs to actually testify and blame it on her. Again, I know it's one of those things. Well, yeah, when we look at the 1970 statute and the crime boss loophole, that's what it was created. As you said, they were going after Sean Combs. But with the same token, when it comes to his defense, his biggest defense, in my estimation, would be actually it was KK, or she's also partly to blame, because had she taken that stand, she would have known so much information. She would have sunk his ship so quick. He would have come up for air swimming and paddle boating right to that stand so that he could act in his own defense.
I mean, in a racketeering conspiracy case, he can't have agreed by himself. He needed somebody else. They say she's the main co-conspirator, and I wonder if the jury's going to be thinking about that. Quick question. A lot of talk about what happened yesterday. I mentioned it today with Sierra. Oh my gosh, you know, prosecutors are abandoning arson and kidnapping. That was not the case, right? They abandoned a theory of it. But here we get a question. Sunset of the North, the attempted arson and kidnapping dropped. Is this still charges because it happened, not attempted? So I think that let's just clarify. We're right. They're still going forward with arson and kidnapping. You think it was a good idea that they dropped the attempt? Because I guess they're still moving forward with the idea. No, he committed arson. He committed kidnapping, or he committed conspiracy to commit kidnapping or arson, or he committed aiding and abetting kidnapping or arson. You think this is a good idea to streamline the case for the jury?
I do. I think this is from a merger standpoint. If we can argue that the actual crime was committed, we don't need the attempt because the crime itself was committed, right? We know that there was testimony from Kid Cudi regarding the arson. We know that there was testimony from Jane as well as Cassie regarding the kidnapping. So we no longer need an attempt at committing these crimes because the crimes, as far as the evidence has been proffered, if you believe the evidence, the crimes were committed, and there no longer needs to be a need for the attempt of the said crimes.
I want to play you something. So we knew this would come into evidence. We knew it was a big part of this case. As much as the 2016 tape of Sean Combs beating Cassie Ventura in the hotel hallway of the LA Intercontinental Hotel was going to be a big piece of evidence. In fact, that's how the prosecution started their case. We also knew his apology video was going to come in, 2 days after CNN had published it. I want to play it right now, talk about what impact this is going to have in the case.
It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life. But sometimes you got to do that. I was up. I mean, I hit rock bottom. But I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now. I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy, and go into rehab. Had to ask God for his mercy and grace. I'm so sorry. But I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm truly sorry.
David, what impact do you think that video is going to have, aside from the fact that before trial, I think the prosecutors made a great argument?
Let me just say, in my opinion, that video it's going to make a big difference. Okay. First of all, like everybody that saw that video, half of America that saw that video, he never once said her name. He never once alluded to her name. He didn't say her Cassie. He didn't say Cassandra. He didn't say Miss Ventura. He didn't say nothing. The love of his life, we know that's a lie though. But the whole sorry video, I'm sorry video, apology video, whatever you want to call it. The weeping line sorry video didn't work. It did not work. That's my opinion. So I think they're going to see right through it, just like we all saw right through it in the very beginning when we first saw it. Okay.
They said, you can't argue that the tape of the 2016 tape was altered or isn't real. He's basically admitting it's him. But besides that, What impact do you think that's going to have? Because I believe in jury instructions, there is this component of voluntary intoxication, that he didn't form the proper criminal intent that might be necessary for, let's say, sex trafficking. What do you think of that video? What value is that video going to have for the jury?
Here's what I'd say. If we were just talking about the Intercontinental Hotel incident, the beating of Cassie on that videotape, and then the video and the apology by Combs is played, okay, it kind of has an impact on the jury, and he says all the right things and seems contrite, and it's never going to happen again. I'm a changed man. Okay. But we've now heard so many bad acts about Sean Combs over a long period of time that it rings hollow. It no longer has an effect on me, because I'm like, you apologize for that because you had to. It became public. What about the other 40 things that you did that are despicable? So I don't think it's going to carry a lot of weight in this trial.
By the way, a lot more conversation about KK. So I'll throw this to you, Candace. Never B asks, Jesse, if they prove RICO, right, racketeering conspiracy, doesn't Christina Coram go to jail since she's part of his enterprise?
Well, she doesn't go to jail right now. No. She's going to have to go through the process, right? Everybody's due their day in court. So it's nothing that's going to be automatic. But if they prove RICO, it certainly does not look good for her, because many people see them kind of in the same light, in that they were, an A and B pair. She knew everything that was going on. And we do know that by the evidence. The other thing that we get from this evidence is that if we see evidence here, if she is indicted, which she just might, we know the evidence that we're going to see, or what it's going to be similar to. So I would say that it would be coming, but it's not something that would be automatic.
We got with us Sierra Gillespie. By the way, that's if she gets actually charged and she wasn't granted some immunity that we don't know. We got back with us Law&Crime Sierra Gillespie outside the courthouse right now. Sierra, I want to bring you back onto the conversation. What do you think about this? This is a big portion of whether or not Jane is credible, whether or not, even if the jury takes as true everything that happened to her, it was actually sex trafficking. Donna Herman asks, do you think Jane felt obligated to not throw shade too much on Sean Combs because she's still under financial manipulation from Diddy? What do you think about that?
That's a really good question. I don't know, though, because if I'm putting myself in her situation and I'm testifying in this courthouse behind me, in front of, not only Diddy, but the world, and I have federal prosecutors who are asking me these questions, I'm going to tell the truth. I mean, me personally, am terrified of the idea of perjury, or, you're supposed to tell the truth on the stand. That's the whole part of all of it. So if I'm putting myself in her shoes, well, yes, it's awkward. She's got to talk about these things. I mean, there are many texts that are very explicit that Jane had to go and sit through and look at, not of the very least the emojis that were included in those things. So she had to sit through and say, yes, I did say these things. And I think, honestly, we can say that she is being true to her beliefs. I think we can say that she's credible in what she says. And I mean, I would trust her testimony. Yeah.
Sierra, we put up a poll on this where we asked how long deliberations are going to take. EDM asks, how long do you think deliberations will take? We put a poll up, I think at the beginning of the week, maybe it was last week. The majority of people believe this is going to take 2+ days. I am in that camp. You've been following the case. You've been hearing the evidence. You've been hearing the testimony. You've been hearing the arguments. How long do you think jury deliberations are going to take? And let's not forget, July 4th weekend's coming up.
I mean, that's the $1 million question, Jesse. And the fact that the July 4th weekend is coming up right around the corner, I think that's the thing that has to be in the back of everyone's minds. I agree that it's going to take some time to go through deliberations. I mean, we're in week 7. That's about, 6 or 7 weeks of witness testimony that we heard and evidence that was presented. So jurors are going to have to go through all of that, weigh the options, review, their memories of what they heard and the witness testimony and all of that. And I mean, the charges themselves, we've talked about this on this live stream and many an episode of Scandal or Sidebar, the fact that they are kind of confusing. And these are a jury of P. Diddy's peers. They really have to think about and listen to the instructions, make sure that they're following the directions. So I tend to agree with you that it's going to be about 2 days. However, again, if I were a juror, the 4th of July holiday is just calling my name. It's a 3-day weekend already. It's a Friday. I personally think they're going to wrap it up and bring us a verdict before the holiday.
Yeah, that's always a possibility, except it's such a complicated case. Courtney Dobbs asks, Sierra, is the jury sequestered during deliberations?
Oh, that's a good question. And honestly, it seems like a really reasonable one, right? That they could be sequestered. However, they're not. Every single day, I actually saw a juror walking in this morning. She, goes home presumably to wherever she stays. Hopefully is not watching any sort of news reports or looking on social media about the case, and then comes right back. So I think that's another reason why we can expect this to take a little bit more time, because if the jury were to be sequestered, again, putting myself in their position, I wouldn't want to get home to my family. I want to get home to my own bed, to my dog, And so I think the fact that they've been able to go home every night, they might be more inclined to take some time.
By the way, Sierra, during the jury selection process, what did we learn about these jurors in the sense, were they familiar with the case? Were they fans of Sean Combs at all? Because I got to tell you, one of the things I keep getting asked is, are the jurors going to put aside the evidence, put aside the facts, put aside the law, put aside the arguments, and make a decision based on emotion? If they might be fans of Sean Combs and even charges that are relatively straightforward, in my opinion, like the transportation to engage in prostitution charges, they might acquit him because they're a fan. I mean, that I'm not saying that'll happen. They shouldn't do that. But what do we know about these jurors? Is there any reason to believe that they wouldn't be fair and impartial?
I mean, we have to put our faith in the justice system, right? We sat this jury. That's our jury. We're going to, listen to them and respect them as far as the verdict that comes out. But I mean, when we were talking about jury selection before this trial even began, I think that's something that was the underlying issue in all of this, is we have P. Diddy, who has been famous since the 90s. I mean, this is a man who's so well known by his music, or whether he's appearing in movies, his face, Sean John, this guy is all over the place. So I think it's unrealistic to assume that any of these jurors wouldn't have known who he was. And then I think what's interesting too is during jury selection, we learned that some of these jurors obviously had heard about the case, but then what's more is that they had seen this video, this intercontinental video, the famous one involving Cassie at the hotel, that the government's case, I'm not going to say hinges on, but it's a huge piece of evidence. And so some jurors had said, yes, I have seen that. And I mean, I think it's tricky to put myself in the position of a juror and say, I'm going to go in there and separate. This is just another man. He's not just another man. He is P. Diddy. He's this man who had these private jets and fly to islands that many of us have never even been to. So it's hard to separate those things. But I do think we just have to have faith in the justice system that these jurors will do their job. And jurors are intelligent people. They have careers. They're going, one is a deli worker, I believe. Another is an architect. They're kind of a wide range of people in the jobs that they have. But for right now, their job is a juror. And I think they're going to take it seriously.
Yeah, we got a question that came in from Smarty Pants. Does anyone think the jurors are looking up stuff for this case, even though they're not supposed to? Hopefully not. They shouldn't be watching the lunchtime show. I'll tell you that much, Sierra. They should not know who you are. I'm sorry. They should not be watching Scandal with Sierra Gillespie. No, they should not be watching Sidebar with Jesse Weber. I want to talk about the jurors. We had a question that came up. I want to throw it to David. This is from Caroline Gonzalez. Law&Crime, after the verdict, if a juror does an interview, can they say who Jane Doe actually was or who the famous rapper and his wife were? The answer would be no, right? There's court orders in place.
The answer would be no. And let's hope they wouldn't reveal those identities. But a lot of jurors don't want to talk to anyone after a trial like this. They just want to go back to their lives, and they're not, look at the high stakes media involved in this case. And jurors don't want to put themselves out there having made a decision one way or the other. But there'll probably be a couple that want to speak out and give interviews. But no, they absolutely should never reveal the names of a witness who the court has ordered that the identity is to be kept confidential.
Got a super chat question from JB Dub. JB Dub, thank you so much. While the outcome will be in the hands of the jury, I have to ask, Jesse, If you had it your way, what would you like to see happen? Okay, I'll be completely honest. It doesn't matter what I would like to see happen in terms of the verdict or not. What I want is this jury to make sure they make a decision based on the facts and the evidence and the arguments and what was presented in court and nothing else. Now, if you're asking me what I think will happen, and I'll toss this to my panel as well, I think there is a 95% chance he's convicted of transportation to engage in prostitution. I would say there's a 50-50, maybe 60-40% chance he's convicted of racketeering. When it comes to Cassie Ventura, I would say there is also a 60-40% chance he's convicted of sex trafficking with respect to Cassie Ventura Fine. When it comes to Jane, I will say 30%, 70%, 30% that he's going to be convicted of sex trafficking with respect to Jane. I could be 100% wrong. This is just my prediction if you're looking at the evidence and the facts. But I would be hard pressed. I do not believe that he is going to be acquitted across the board. I just don't see it happening. Could be wrong, but let me toss it to the rest of the panel. If you want to ask Aaliyah, what you think is going to happen or what would you like to see happen?
Before they make their decisions, I want to see what you all think. I'm going to say this for everybody in the chat first. Tell me what you think. If you can tell me now, or you can put it in before the live is over, or later on, or now. What do you think? Do you think he's going to be acquitted? Do you think he's going to prison? Found guilty? What do you think? Just put it in the chat. Also, and for my replay game, everybody that watches the my live later, my replay game, y'all know who you all are. Okay, put it in your comment. Let me know, what do you think? Guilty, not guilty, whatever. Also, don't forget, replay game again. If you can, do it again. Put it in the comments again. Needing 6,000 subscribers by, let's say, what is today? The 26th. Just, I need 228 subscribers. That was 2 days ago. 2 days ago, I needed 228 subscribers to hit 6K. So let's go ahead and put that back in the in your comments when you leave your comments after watching after the replay game. After you all watch the video, go ahead and put it back into the comments again. Let me know that at least you got to this part of the video and you heard that. Put it in there. Also, if you have not subscribed to the channel, while we're on pause for a moment, put it in, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. Let me just go ahead and put that up. Subscribe to the channel if you have not. Go ahead and hit the like button. When you came in, if you didn't do it then, go ahead and hit it now. Let me just go ahead and say thank you, guys. All right, now we're going to go ahead and get back with Jesse and his panelists.
Happen. The floor is yours.
I would like to see justice served, right? I think that there has been, again, talks for a long time about Sean Combs being involved in a lot of things, and we didn't really know about it.
I forgot to give you mine. I think he's going to be found guilty. That's just my personal opinion. Everybody got an opinion. So that's just my personal opinion, but he is innocent until proven guilty. Let me just say that he is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law.
And now we have this entire trial that has some evidence as to some of the things that we have, I'd say, arguably heard about for some time. I think that as far as the sex trafficking is concerned, I do believe that there will be an conviction as far as the sex trafficking is concerned. I am with you on the RICO. I think RICO is it's very, very hard to get people to think outside of the box when it comes to certain crimes. If we're used to seeing mafias and mobsters, and that was their, or huge drug cartels, if that was the actual law that was created for them, now trying to see something different. I think that's going to be hard, but I don't think it's impossible. I do think that it is possible for a conviction on the RICO, specifically as there are underlying crimes that I think that the prosecution has proven, especially considering that we have this enterprise with all of the individuals under his thumb who he paid and the paychecks were there to do these specific criminal acts.
Candace, I'll go to you with that question, but we also had another question that came in as well from that guy Dub. Thank you so much for the super chat question. Who gets the freak off tapes after this is done?
Yeah, the freak offs tapes, they stay away filed to where somebody, no one's gonna have access to them. They're not gonna be, ending up on the internet in any way, shape, or form. That becomes a part of the closed sealed files that are part of this case. I agree with you with the percentage, except I would actually go a little bit higher on RICO. If you have jurors, as the opening, as the closing arguments have stated already, we have heard Slavic say, listen, we know that you have understood RICO in regards to maybe the mafia, but you have to think of this outside of that mindset. What he has done when it comes to what's on paper and what you have to actually look at and check off the boxes, that also is RICO. And actually, RICO is one of those things that if you Google it, it is used more than people think. There are federal RICO statutes. There are state RICO statutes. Everybody from Adidas to R. Kelly to, if we remember the scandal with people trying to get into colleges across the country, RICO has been used. We just by the media have been trained to understand it differently. But if they look at that charge sheet, if they look at that verdict sheet, I think that there's a much higher chance than I think you said, around 60, 70%, if they follow the rule of law.
David, I'll go to you about what you would think is going to happen, what you would like to see happen. But, I think it's an interesting question as we talk about it, because we are coming to the conclusion of this case. And what day is it? Thursday? I mean, well, it's July 4th next weekend, but in less than a week, we may have an answer.
Yeah, we might, and we might go past July 4th. I mean, look, my experience with juries, they take their task very, very seriously, especially in a case like this. And they're going to sift through all this evidence. They're going to spend time in that jury room. Everyone's going to get a chance to talk. And there's a lot of counts that they have to go through. And let's remember this is going to answer your question. They have to reach a unanimous verdict on all of this. And so one thing we haven't thrown out there, and I'll say this, I tend to agree with you, Jesse. I think it calls out for a mixed verdict, meaning I think they convict him on some of the charges and acquit him on others. However, I go back to the poll that you talked about last hour, the viewers poll where they said, 70% thought there was a criminal enterprise, 30% thought there was not. You're going to have that same kind of argument back in the jury room. And you've got to have a unanimous verdict. So if you have 8 people saying, hey, there's an enterprise, and you have 4 saying, no, there isn't, you could also have a mistrial on this case, a mistrial.
Yeah, that is very, very true. And it makes you wonder if there was a mistrial, whether or not they would move forward and try this case again. You think they would?
Absolutely. If Karen Reed had to go on trial twice, why shouldn't Sean Combs? And she didn't do it, arguably. She was acquitted, right?
Okay, so let me ask you this. Candace, Nest Dog asks, will the jury have access to the evidence if needed? It's a good question, right? What will they have access to? What can they ask? What will they not have access to?
Yeah, well, they won't have access to anything that they've thought about that's out of the box that wasn't entered into evidence, but they will have the opportunity by way of the floor person to send out notes to the judge and say, we would like to see X, Y, Z. They can also use their own notes during deliberations in order to make decisions and bring information to other people. So they can definitely get evidence. I mean, listen, what we're doing is we are asking these 12 people and their alternates to be law students for a little while. In a very short time, they have to learn about all these crimes and witnesses and how the courtroom works and what their responsibility is. We are asking a lot of them, so they can definitely have a lot of help along the way and reminders about, okay, what happened in that first week? Because we've been in 6 weeks. It's hot outside. It's 104 degrees. I just got off the train. I'm in here as a juror. I'm going to need a little more help from the judge and evidence, absolutely, to help me along the way to make this decision.
All right, let's continue the conversation. Let's get the questions coming back. Again, we're going to be on for about another 40 minutes or so, and then we're going to take a break, and Anjanette Levy is going to host from 3 to 5. We're doing continued coverage of this entire day of closing arguments. By the way, we're going to do continued coverage for Verdict Watch as well. Excuse me. This is a question for you, David. This is from Denise Rose. Hi, Jesse. Can the defense prosecution be allowed to object during closing arguments?
They can. There's real strategy behind that. The common, thinking of lawyers is you should not object during a closing. It's the jury's like, why are they objecting during closing? What are they trying to hide? Why are they interrupting this presentation? So most lawyers will just sit back and let the other side argue. But if the side that's making the argument really steps into areas that are out of bounds, that the judge said you can't go into that, you've got to object, because if you don't object, you waive the right to raise that issue on appeal. So objecting can be really important in closing. But again, the common thinking is you don't do it unless you really, really need to.
All right, we got a super chat question came in. I'll throw this to you, Candace. SL600 asks, and SL600, thank you so much. How are adult film companies legally allowed to pay for entertainers' flights and pay them to film adult scenes? Isn't that transportation for prostitution?
Wow, that is a really very good, articulated point. So, I mean, when we're talking about the porn industry, that's a totally different industry that's run by different guidelines. We're not talking about specific crimes that have been carried out by force, fraud, and coercion. That is a very separate industry that is managed by a specific set of rules and laws, especially found in Las Vegas or California. So it's two totally different things, with people who are consenting adults who are entering into this right that they have in order to participate in pornographic films, for example. So it's two different genres, if you will.
All right, we got a poll up. Poll says, do you believe the relationships with Cassie and Jane were based on coercion or consent? You ready for this, Aaliyah?
I'm scared.
35% say coercion, 18% say consent, and 48% say a mix of both. I think the 48% is interesting because that could be reasonable doubt.
Yes.
Or it could be guilty.
I agree. I think when I was in college, we used to have during Domestic Violence Awareness Month, we would have T-shirts, and it said consent is sexy, right? Because all you have to do is have someone ask them for their consent, receive it, and go on, right? I think the issue now is when you have consent that I might have given consent initially, right? Maybe Jane and Cassie, I gave consent initially because I wanted to be in a relationship with this individual, and then later on, I took my consent back. I think that's where people, no matter where you are, get a little confused, right? We're talking about the gray area. Like, well, what do you mean you no longer consented? You said yes the first time. Right. And I might have said yes the second time and the third time, but that one no, as the prosecution has said, the one no is all it takes. And then when you don't respect my no, then when you keep forcing me to do things that I don't want to do, then you keep pushing me to do things that I don't want to do, like, in these freak-offs, for example, with the drugs and throwing up and then all those things, then you no longer have the consent. And that is where the issue lies. Now we're into coercion.
So
that is true. Let me just say, I feel the exact same way. I agree with her on that. It could be somebody that been together for many years, or married for many years, or just recently got married. When that woman says no, no means no. You can't then just force yourself on that person, or just take what you want because, oh, she's been my woman for many years, or she's been my wife, or she's done this more than this. You're gonna give me what I want that night or that day. And if she keeps hollering no, no means no. You can't force yourself regardless. Okay? So that's where the line is drawn. And the fact that, let me see, Nicki on narcissism, facts, 100. Thank you, Nicki. Thank you. Hot TV, thank you for coming in. let me go ahead back to
Going
this.
back to you, David. We got a question from Miss N. Kesey. By the way, again, are you Kenza from law school? I hope so. I don't know, but anyway, a different question. Can Combs saying you're doing a great job be used against him on appeal? I think this is in reference to when he told the judge,
Yeah.
when he was making the decision, jury wasn't present, was making the decision not to testify. He said to the judge, "You're doing an excellent job. You're doing a great job." That can't be used in any way, right?
No, that's a throwaway comment. It's not going to come up on any appeal. I mean, the important part of that interaction was that Sean Combs was knowingly waiving his right to take the stand and testify, and then he kind of threw in that comment towards the judge, which I thought was a bad idea on his part.
I thought that was a bad idea. I'm going to pick up where he left off. I really did think that was a bad idea. And that was, in my opinion, I think he was trying to insert dominancy, trying to let everybody in the courtroom, because the jurors was not there yesterday. Got to remember, they was given the day off on Tuesday and said to come back on Thursday and Friday, because yesterday it was a conference only just for the attorneys, okay? And so no jurors was there. Combs was still in his rightful place in his seat. But when the judge did ask him whether he's going to testify or whatever, because the judge did ask him how he's feeling that day. And from my recollection, I think he said, "Great. I'm feeling great," or "I'm doing great." And then he asked him, he explained to him that he had the right to testify if he want and everything. Combs said no, he waives his right to take the stand or to testify, whatever. But anyway, after that and everything, and judge wanted to make sure, is it his decision and his decision alone, and do we understand that? And Combs let him know, "Yes, I do, Your Honor." And then after that, he had the nerve to say, "Tell the judge, you're doing a great job." Okay, that's how he talks to his employees. That's how he talks to those people he be sent for freak offs and freak nights and his drug mule and everybody else and everybody in his orbit. That's how he talks to them, letting them know, "I'm up here. It's my work." And that's the show. To me, that was a bad idea. Like the man said, that was a bad idea. You could have kept that. Because judge knows how to read defendants in his courtroom. He knows how to read them. He probably heard it all and seen it all.
don't think that played well. I don't think you need to tell the criminal defendant doesn't need to tell the judge, "Hey, you're doing a great job, judge." So, but no, that's not going to play any role on appeal in the case.
We got Sierra with us. Is she still with us? If so, I want to bring her onto the conversation. If we do, yeah, there she is. Hey, Sierra, what's going on? Okay,
I'm here.
Got a bunch of questions for you. So we had a question from Sassy Scope. And Sassy Scope says, the prosecutor says Diddy used baby oil and weaponized diary entries. What is the strongest physical evidence linking Sean Combs to those freak-off scenes? It's a good question, and you've been evaluating the case. What do you think is the strongest physical evidence tying him to, let's just not only say freak-offs, but hotel nights, because the prosecution has been saying those are criminal episodes. Those are episodes of sex trafficking.
Yeah, so we have the baby oil and the lube, which is really what made headlines at the start of all of this. And it's the one that we always think of. And I'm sure jurors are thinking about it too. But I think as far as the strongest evidence in relation to the freak-offs, we've got to talk about that video, right? I mean, this is video that jurors were watching in this courtroom, the courthouse behind me here, where they're there having to watch and look at something that maybe necessarily they wouldn't want to do in a crowded room full of people while they're on a jury. And I think that is really super telling, whatever they saw in the video, because of course the exhibit screens were closed. So reporters like Elizabeth Milner weren't able to tell us exactly what was seen, because again, these are very intimate moments. So I think that the videos is really something that jurors are going to talk about in the future.
By the way, court is back. The judge asks Christy Slavic, are you ready? She says, just a flag for the court. We're going to need to change PowerPoints. The clerk says, can we turn the public screens on? So they're coming back to the closing argument. Sierra, I don't know if you heard the poll that I had up before, but where we said, do you believe the relationship with Cassie and Jane were based on coercion or consent? It's the central question in this case. 35% say coercion, 18% say consent, a mix of both, 48%. What do you take away from something like that?
I think consent is so important, and it's so confusing at the same time too, right? Like if you're drunk, if you're under the influence of drugs and you verbally say, yes, I want to have sex with you, you can't give consent because you're under the influence of something. So I think that really just shows how complicated this can be. And also there's the fact that just because you gave consent, you willingly had sex with someone one time, doesn't mean the next time that you're with them, you're cool with it. You know, it's an ever evolving sliding scale. And additionally, if you start to have sex or some sort of, interaction, you say verbally, yeah, I'm into it. Then all of a sudden you're not into it anymore. You can take away that consent at any time. And so I think it's really complicated, especially the relationship with Cassie, because it was ongoing for so many years. And the fact that she's.
But don't forget, Cassie was under the influence. She was under the influence of those drugs, all kind of cocktail drugs, okay? All kind. Y'all know what they went through, okay? Those drugs work. And then alcohol. And my understanding was they have to, even Diddy said, I played the video one day this week. You got to keep the that interview he did, where he was talking about he had to have the room prepared. Bring out the XEX, the sexy. Oh, yeah. And he's talking about you got to have it hot in the room, no air conditioner on, keep it hot. Because when you're drinking and you got your, drugs going on, it helps to keep them under compliant. But he didn't say compliant, but it keeps them compliant. And when you're under the influence of whether it's drugs or alcohol, you cannot be held accountable for saying I consent, because you're not. The same way if you go and have surgery and they put you out, they put you on anesthesia and you're coming out of you come home from surgery, day surgery, and you're even at the dentist's office, and they put you out to do some mouth work on you or whatever, some implants, just the implants, or to pull out all your teeth, so they can fix something else for you because you got bad teeth, and they put you under. Regardless whether it's surgery at the doctor, at the hospital, or at the dentist's office, they tell you do not make any major decisions in the next 24 hours or 48 hours, or how long they may tell you for the next 24 hours. They tell you do not make any major decisions, even whether you can hear, but they because they always have to help someone to drive you. They will not release you unless you got someone they don't even want to start the surgery until they got a name and a person that they're looking at to say, this is who we're going to call to pick you up, because you're not in you're not in your right mind, should I say. So how can you give a consent to something when somebody and provided all of this, and they, like Diddy's, always make sure a person take it. And we had several people already talked about that. And I had, I'm not going to get on with it, but you all get the picture, right?
started dating him or seeing him when she's very young. And I mean, when I'm thinking about this, I go back to my early 20s. I mean, I believe they talked about
She
her
was 19.
21st birthday. That was one of the incidents of her first interaction with Diddy, you know, the kiss that they had in Las Vegas. And I think about my relationships in my early 20s and how much I've evolved between then and now. And I really think it's just complicated, the fact that at times things seemed consensual. We do have the text messages from both Cassie and from Jane where they're saying things like, can't wait to FO, or, you know, oh, I picked up this stuff. So it looks like they're willingly participating. However, as I said, you can retract that at any time. So honestly, as far as whether it was consensual or not, I kind of agree with the poll that maybe sometimes it was and sometimes it wasn't.
It's a complicated case. It's definitely a complicated case on a number of different factors, on a number of different levels. You do wonder, and this has come up a lot, why the defense really didn't put on much of a case. They didn't call any of the witnesses that they had planned to call. Combs didn't take the stand. They introduced a few more exhibits to further the idea that Jane, Cassie were willing participants. I have to say, and tell me if I'm wrong, this is like a human behavior kind of thing, Sierra. When you saw him, when it was reported that he was nodding at the jurors after what is arguably a very effective cross-examination of a key witness, when you hear him make kind of a positive comment to the judge, you're doing an excellent job, just want you to know that. Do you feel that the defense is feeling pretty good going into the conclusion of this case?
I mean, I feel like they have to, right? The defense has to be confident, so confident that they're like, hey, you know what? We don't need to call a single witness. We've done enough. Our cross-exam was killer enough. You know, the facts speak for themselves. Our opening and the closing that's expected for tomorrow are going to be so killer that we don't need to do anything. So do I think that the defense is really confident? Yes, absolutely, because they have to be calculated about all of this too. And to me, honestly, like me, Sierra, I don't know if I was a defense attorney, if I would have done what they did. However, I don't have the law degree. I'm not Mark Agnifilo or, you know, Nicole Westmoreland. So they're the ones who have experience in all of that. And I think the reason that they did what they did is because they're confident. They think that the government just hasn't met the burden of proof.
I'll give you one more question before I toss it back to the panel. This is from Chris from Kansas City. Do you or your panel think the jury could be afraid of Puff if they convicted him? I mean, it goes to the idea.
I want to answer this. I've been thinking that. I've been saying this for the whole time. Yes, I think they're afraid of him. And I think the reason why, when he asked, do you think they feel the defense feeling confident, right? They feeling confident because the Diddler is feeling confident. Okay? As long as the Diddler is feeling good, they feeling good. He's feeling bad, they feeling bad and scared. Okay? That's how I said. They just scared as hell. Oh Lord. Like just like he was trying to, I ain't saying, y'all just, okay. After this last question, then we're gonna move on. Okay.
Idea of him, you know, nodding at jurors. The reason I thought it was so significant is because the jury has heard up until that point allegations he was manipulating people and threatening people and intimidating people. I thought that was the big concern. But do you think the jury's afraid of Puff if they convict him?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a really great question. I love the viewer questions that we're getting because they really have been following the trial the same way that you and I have, Jesse, and all of our panel. It seems like they're really, really in tune with the case. And I mean, I guess I personally had never thought of that in the past, but it's possible they have heard evidence, allegations, I'll say, that Diddy is this strong figure. I mean, that he doesn't mess around. And we've heard the allegations about the AR-15s. That was something that was brought up even today when we're talking about closing arguments or the alleged drugging of people. Of course, that video, the Intercontinental video, which is paramount in all of this, the physicality there. And also, if we go back to opening statements, Tani Geragos herself says, yes, this was domestic violence. Yes, he has a temper. He can be angry. You probably won't like my client. I believe she called him a jerk at a time. So I think it speaks for itself, that information. Whether the jury themselves are scared, maybe it's possible. I'm sure that some of this testimony has affected them, especially when we're talking about traumatic incidents of sexual violence or these allegations that, you know, some of the witnesses even broke down crying on the stand. So it's got to affect them in the same way that it affects you or I going home, thinking about these things kind of in the back of our mind. So potentially they are nervous, but I don't know if any are really worried about any sort of real retaliation.
Let's talk a little bit more about the jury. Sierra, stand by. I'm going to go back to Aaliyah on this. This is from Skibone21. Law&Crime Network to the panel. Do you think the fact that the defense didn't have one person get on the stand and speak to Diddy not doing anything he's accused of will affect the jury?
I thought so, yes. I think that there's this idea that the actual prosecution put forth, I think it's either 33 or 34 witnesses that we saw over the course of things. But I think also to the volume of witnesses, to the volume of testimony, you can't then have a witness on Diddy's side come up and say, hey, no, I didn't do it, right? Because there's enough evidence to say, even himself, especially with his testimony from, I mean, the video from Intercontinental with his video apologizing and saying I wasn't in my right space, et cetera, you can't then turn around and say, actually, no, it was me, I didn't do it, right? I was interested to see that there was nobody to attest to maybe like his charitable giving or his, you know, anything to try to make him.
Well, they were going to call the head of his HR, I imagine, to say no forced labor, right? This is what their job description was. This is what their job description wasn't, or even an expert to counter the testimony of Dr. Dawn Hughes, but they didn't.
I think head of HR would have been a nightmare. Because I think it would have been a nightmare for the reasons that I'm sure there were some payments that were made along the way. I'm sure there were some complaints made along the way. And now you are opening up even more investigation into, or even more in cross-examination into how much did you know? How much was going on in the actual building versus, you know, in Miami or in New York or whatever other city they were having the actual sex trafficking in.
Candace, you agree or disagree?
I disagree a little bit and agree on another level. The first part being that, yes, there were 34 witnesses, but there were also 34 witnesses that they got to cross. So even though they didn't have any witnesses of their own, they were able to punch holes in the testimony of the witnesses that actually took the stand. And I think that that counted for something. I mean, they might have called some of the same witnesses. So they did get the opportunity to speak to witnesses that they may have called. And there were many times where there were text messages needed more contextualization, or that time where they fought to get the video of Mia in saying how she really liked Sean Combs, or saying that aren't you faking about your disposition and you don't really talk that way. So I think by the fact that they were able to get up there through cross, they were able to have a lot spoken on their behalf. I also think that had they brought people on, I would have loved to have heard from somebody from the company. But again, as the panelists said, it would have opened ridiculous doors for too much negative to get in. But I would have loved to hear from somebody to say, we're a real company, right? We do other things. We do not just exist for the purpose of racketeering and all these things that you see Sean Combs is doing. We have a company, we do marketing, we're involved in liquor brands, we're involved in Bad Boy, we're involved in all of these things that refute this whole idea that this company just exists as a criminal enterprise to carry out what he wants. But again, that's a bad idea. So I think that's why we're left where we are and why the defense did what they did.
It's an interesting question just came in now from Naturally Now. I'll throw it to you, David. Jesse, is the prosecution focusing on Jane, weaker case in sex trafficking, to throw the defense onto her as Cassie has stronger trafficking case? Jane doesn't seem such a strong case. Why focus on her this much?
Well, I'm not sure they're just focusing on Jane. I mean, we haven't heard their whole closing argument yet, and they're piecing it together. So, they're going to argue both of those counts, both Cassie and Jane, with equal weight. The prosecution wants convictions across the board. They would love nothing better for this jury to come back in 2 days and convict Sean Combs of every single count. And so they're going to make their arguments on all these counts and argue them forcefully. I don't think they're going to play one victim off the other with the hope that, hey, maybe they'll convict, on Cassie, but not on Jane. I don't think that's their strategy.
Got a super chat question from Ruth Ann. Ruth Ann, thank you so much. Jesse, love your panel today. Candace, she's great. Please ask them their thoughts on the lawsuits that will come after this trial is done. Thank you for all you do, Jesse. You're
Okay,
amazing.
guys,
So sweet of you. Thank
we're
you.
getting
So
ready
Candace,
to
she called you
move
out.
on, but we're
Ruth Ann
gonna.
called you out. What do you think's going to happen with all the lawsuits?
So
Let me just say this, guys. We're getting ready to move on, but we're going to keep this like I've been doing the whole time. I keep everything so we can keep track of what's going on there. Hampton Boise, thank you for being here. This is a RICO case. It's domestic violence case. All these witnesses that testified, that was part of the freak off, willingly partake. The defense is going to beat this argument. Thank you for coming in, Hampton. Welcome to the Pink House. Let's go ahead and move on and everything. We're going to go on to Good Morning America. All right. But like I always said, we hold. Let me just downsize this since and unshare it. Okay. We're whole Law&Crime network to the side. So whenever there's new developments going on, one of my favorite channels, I always they're my go-to. Okay, that was live and everything. So we're let him Jesse finish up with answering questions with his panelists, and I'm going to move on. We're going to go on to Good Morning America first, and then we'll see what's coming out of the courthouse deal. All right, thank you guys. Let me just move on. Give me one moment to check. Okay. Okay. Make sure y'all hit that like button coming in. Just hit that like button coming in, please. And if you have not subscribed to the channel, y'all know you can go ahead and do that. So that helps me to stay in the algorithm. So hit that like button, go ahead and subscribe to the channel, and welcome everybody that came in recently to the Pink House. Okay, thank you guys. As I said before, this will be just shown on my first Pinkie the Housewife. My other two channels, this has only been shown live on this channel today. But on the other two, I will be posting this on the other two channels, okay? But maybe not the full live, probably just short clips of it. At least for my third channel, only get short clips of everything. All right, so please, if you're in the bushes, go ahead and come on out, hit that like button, guys, so we can go on with Good Morning America. What to know ahead of closing arguments and the Sean Diddy Combs trial. And this is just 4 hours ago. This was this morning. And I think I was up this morning around that time, because first time I got up, guys, I got up early this morning. I think I was up at, so I made my first phone call. No, I didn't make no phone call. That's unusual. I laid in bed and looked at baby's pictures. I looked at the baby's pictures this morning from yesterday. So we're going to go ahead and get on with this. This will be down in my description box under credit.
To closing arguments about to.
Ooh, that's loud. Ooh, Lord. Let me turn this down some. That was loud to me.
To closing arguments about to begin in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking and racketeering trial. Our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Katersky, is at the courthouse for us. Good morning, Aaron.
Good morning to you, Michael. After weeks of graphic, often emotional testimony about sex, drugs, and violence, federal prosecutors are about to summarize their case against Sean Combs, hoping to convince a jury of 8 men and 4 women, ages 30 to 74, that one of hip-hop's most acclaimed figures coerced women into drug-addled sexual marathons with male escorts. Prosecutors also allege Combs used his assistants, his bodyguards, and other employees to carry out a pattern of criminal activity. They're pruning a few of the crimes that underpin the racketeering conspiracy charge, but the arson that destroyed Kid Cudi's Porsche is still included. So is kidnapping, obstruction, and bribery. In their closing argument, expect defense attorneys to deny Combs led a sprawling criminal conspiracy as alleged. They're also expected to argue that his sexual partners were not trafficked, but willing girlfriends who stayed with him for years. Jury deliberations could begin as soon as tomorrow afternoon, more likely on Monday, guys.
And we know that you'll be right there, Aaron, for us. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Nicki. I'm sorry, Nicki. Thank you. How long did it go on? Oh, about a minute. I'm sorry, more or two. I'm sorry. Thank you, Nicki. I did not see that. Nicki got me covered. Okay, but let me just go back over this. This is 11 minutes ago now. Okay, 11 minutes ago, I was keeping you informed of what's going on in the courthouse. And this is from the prosecution is outlining the roles that Sean Combs employees played in keeping tabs on Cassie after his physical abuse. After one episode, a security guard called D-Rock informed his boss that Cassie was icing her eye. Can y'all believe that? Cassie was icing her eye. Okay. She shouldn't have to ice her eye, to me, in my opinion. But anyway, Mr. Combs wrote to him, why did she not have herself hiding? Why did, exact words, why did she not have herself hiding? The prosecution said it was clear that D-Rock was responsible for keeping Cassie hidden. So I think this came out also before when things happened with her, and I even heard this also with Kim Porter when her nose got broken. I think it was her nose, but with also with Cassie, when you get a beat up and you need to get healed, time for you to heal, you got to lay low. You got to hide, stay out of sight. If you got to have plastic surgery done on something that needs fixing, he makes sure it gets done. You go there right away. If you got to have a doctor come, they make sure keep you in. You got to hide. Well, you don't have to hide. The securities, everybody makes sure you have to hide, and you know what you're supposed to do. You do it. Otherwise, you may get knocked upside the head again. We can hear you now. Thank you, Nicki. Thank you so much. Okay. And 16 minutes ago, it says, while cataloging violence by Sean Diddy Combs against Cassie and her friends, the prosecution swiped at one of the defense major victories during cross-examination of the government's witnesses. The defense had undermined their account. Brianna, y'all remember Brianna? Yes. Or there's another name they call her, if it's not Brianna. But y'all remember who she is, right? If she was a friend of Cassie. She's a friend of Cassie, and they actually said the same thing. Cassie, they all say the same thing. Literally, they all say the same thing. But Cassie, they did say the same thing. Okay? They have similar stories. Okay? But she's a friend of Cassie's. Let's see where I left off. Okay. Cassie, who said the mogul had held her over an apartment balcony by remember that I think it was a 17-story apartment balcony that she was held over by Combs and then thrown into the patio furniture. And I think she didn't let it slide. Yeah, she didn't let that slide. Okay. By proving Combs was elsewhere. Well, that's what they're trying to say, that he was elsewhere when elsewhere in the country when Brianna said it occurred, citing photos of her injuries. Brianna, I might have gotten the date wrong, but you know that the attack happened, the prosecutor, Christie said. Savick says, pointing to messages recounting the incident. Now, some people don't expect people to remember everything. Shoot, I don't remember everything. I remember the incident, but sometimes I may not remember the date. But I can go back into my calendar or go back into some receipts or something and find out. I can probably tell you whether it was wintertime or around October or November because I remember the holidays. So it was in December, or it was in before Thanksgiving in November or after Thanksgiving. People can remember things like that. Okay, they may not remember the exact date unless they're really good. Okay, but that's their job. That's their job of the defense to find the date and say, "Girl, you was wrong." Okay. Let me see. Okay. This is 24 minutes ago. This is the prosecution. Christie again. Oh no, I read that one. Okay, let me see. Trying to figure out which one I haven't read. Wait now. Okay, I did that one. Y'all give me a second. Okay, I think I'm right at the right place. It's at 24 minutes ago. It's Christie. The prosecution is cataloging the accounts of physical abuse Cassie endured from Sean Diddy Combs that the jurors have heard over the past several weeks. She reminded them of something Cassie said on the stand, making the wrong face and in the wrong time, making the wrong face. And the next thing I know, I was getting hit in the face. Oh, yeah, I remember that one. Making the wrong face. Sometimes I think it was said by somebody, making the wrong face or saying the wrong thing, or not even making the wrong face. You can just have a face, and that's good enough for him to hit you in the face, allegedly, in my opinion. But okay, now let's go 30 minutes ago. The prosecution said Diddy repeatedly abused, physical abuse of Cassie was a secret to anyone. They have Sean Combs, but I'm going to say Diddy. And they said Cassandra Ventura. I'm just going to say Cassie. I'm just going to, okay? Wasn't a secret to anyone, including the security guards who the government, wait now, the prosecution said Diddy repeatedly abused, physical abuse of Cassie wasn't a secret to anyone, including the security guards who the government alleged are part of the racketeering conspiracy. In one episode, after Mr. Combs, Diddy or Mr. Combs, threw not Miss Ventura, Kathy or Miss Ventura to the ground, her head hit a bed frame. One of I just want to say Diddy, and it keeps messing me up because I see Mr. Combs. I'll just say Mr. Combs, whatever. Y'all just take it however I may say at that moment. I may say Diddy, I may say Combs, whatever. Okay, same person. Although he got a lot of names, you never know. Okay. Okay. Diddy bodyguards, D-Rock, took her to a plastic surgeon's office in Beverly Hills to get the gash on her head sutured. She testified. Yeah. Remember? I said that. You go and get it fixed. And then you go somewhere and you stay low until you heal and look good again. Or they put a lot of skin paint on you and makeup to cover it up. Okay. 34 minutes ago, before detailing Sean Combs' abuse of Cassie, the singer known as Cassie, which is Cassie Ventura, the singer known as Cassie, the prosecution, which is Christy Sharvik, attempted to establish how Combs put his young girlfriend on unsteady ground by controlling her life, finances, and career. He made her dependent on him. Prosecution said, and kept Cassie occupied with busy work, recording songs that no one would listen to. True. Oh, and not just that, kept her busy with freak offs. This is the prosecution. 41 minutes ago, the prosecution reminded the jury of a telling. Just give me 1 second, guys. Okay, let me show you where we are right now. Let me pull this down and I'll go back. Remember I said we're going to be keeping up with everything going on at the courthouse. on the outside. I always tell my everybody in the chat, we always keep up with stuff going on outside the courthouse as well with Law and Crime Network. So you can see right now it's a sit and wait game, and right now it is 1:33. I think 1:33 p.m. in New York City. So 1:33, and I think this week, I think it's this week they're going to be getting out at 5, starting today. Is it today? Are they going to be getting out at 5? Let me just check, because I know they said something about that. Let me see. Give me 1 second, guys, because I know they said something about the timing is going to go back to what it normally would be. Let me see, is this it? Oh, while I'm looking for that, let me just say, because it just popped up in my mind. Remember when this trial started? Okay. Right now we got witnesses. The prosecution side, which is the government, the prosecution side, 34, Diddy's dream team witnesses, 0. So we got 34 to 0. 34 to 0. It just happened to cross my mind while I was looking. And I don't think anybody thought we're going to get down to 0. And this was something that came across yesterday. Let me read these and catch up on these right quick. There's he beat her up in Las Vegas while she was curled up under the towel, under the toilet. Oh Lord, I'll just be pausing them. But let me just pause this for 1 second and just say this here. This is something that came out yesterday in a text from all the texts, and I said I was gonna make sure y'all listen to this. It says, okay, I need to refresh her bag of DICKS and send to her. And then the Brandon Paul said, laughed at, okay, I need to refresh her bags of DICKS and send to ... Okay. Frank Butler, need the XEX luggage and light. I thought that was interesting yesterday. I did. I thought it, and I said to myself, I don't know what all that's about, but boy, I want to make sure we see that tomorrow. This is something that came out yesterday, and I don't care whether it came out yesterday. If that happened, I want to know. Let me turn my volume down. It was up because of the audio, but I want to know. When they say anything like that, okay, let me y'all hear me typing. Undo that. Let me just type this in and see, can I pull that up? Okay. I just want to make sure I hear Okay, guys. I just had to try to find that. Okay. Let me see. Okay. I just want to make sure. Okay. I'm still looking for that because I cannot find it. Let me maybe I got something in here wrong. I'm trying to find it. When I saw that yesterday, I said, I got to find that because I want to find out what is going on here. Why is it? It's not coming up. I'm trying to find it, guys. I am doing my best to find it. I'll let y'all be. Let me just catch this up so y'all can be watching it. Let me just and find those bags of. Oh, I'm not me finding the bags, but me finding that video. What I said, let me find those bags. Y'all know I don't have. I can't just find the bags. They ain't gonna just give me the bags. Okay. Why is it not coming up? Oh, Lord. I'm trying to find it, guys. I really am. Because I really want to hear it. Oh, wait. Wait now. No, that's not it. Okay. I'm going to look for it, but not. Okay. Let's we're gonna okay. I'll find it, guys. I'll find it. I'm gonna find it. Tell you what. Okay. Let's listen to this last video before they'll be getting out of there. It is 1:42 my time. 1:42 my time. Okay. So it's 2:42 their time, almost 3 o'clock. And I was looking for the time because I don't remember what I know that the timing's supposed to have been changing. Okay. I know that timing's supposed to be changing back. I don't know whether it was this for this week or is this going to start next week. That time is going to change back to being where it's going to be. I'm looking too. Let me see, is this anything? I'm trying to see, can I find it, guys? and I can't find it. Okay, so we're just gonna stick with. I'm not sure exactly whether that time is going to be soon or not. Okay, so we ain't gonna worry about that. We're just gonna keep it like it is. Okay. We're just going to keep it like it is and everything. This thing, the live is not muted at all. Nobody's coming out to speak or anything. You can see it's not muted at all. Nobody is talking. This one here says he threatened to. Well, let me just finish. I'll just let that go past. I like that. They helping each other to get to where they need to be going. The two older gentlemen are walking out. And then you got security to act like if that man needs help, somebody do help him. And I'd like to see that people helping. Okay. The prosecution reminded the jury of the testimony of Capricorn Clark, a former assistant to Sean Diddy Combs, meant to illustrate what they said was his interest in young singer Cassie Ventura, her moldability and total compliance. Remember, I just brought that up this morning. Remember, I said that. Cassie being moldable, her being what he can mold her into. And I said that he told somebody, he mentioned to somebody because they asked him about his relationship or who's dating or something of the sort. But anyway, he said that Kim Porter was his queen and the mother of his children. And Cassie was a mold, something he can mold into whatever he wants and to do whatever he wants. And I thought that was the most insane thing I ever heard. And when I heard that, I said, true narcissist, straight out of a playbook. That young lady, young, meeting you at 19, think she's in love with you or is in love with you, and you're just playing games, just pimping her out, just molding her into a worker for your own desires. And that was then, and the way he did that to me, that's just so nasty and horrible, But that's everybody got their own opinion on that, okay? And it's okay to express your own opinion, just as long as you be mindful in the chat, okay? But yeah, that's what he said about her. Being something he can mold and then total compliance. Not the word just compliance, but he said total compliance. Okay? As Capricorn Clark testified, he called Cassie over and he asked her to sit down, stand up, turn around, turn the other way, walk over there, grab that, hand me that, walk back, turn around, go back in the other door, the other room. Cassie did it. Capricorn Clark said, you see that? Y'all, do you see that? Do you hear that? He gave commands out, and she followed every command. Every command. Turn around, sit down, go get this, go to get that, walk this way, go that way, turn. Oh, my Lord. See, you got to remember, Cassie was a child, a teenager. He's a grown man. Okay? Got to remember that. A grown man. And she's still young and impressionable. And he took total advantage of that. In the process of still having been dealing with the mother of his kids, Kim, and other women too. Because Cassie wasn't the only one he was dealing with. And she was, got to remember, it's, oh gosh, it's like you're identifying with your stalker, you're identifying with your abuser. Okay. Okay. The prosecution said that throughout a decade-long relationship, Sean Combs threatened and beat Cassie, held her with drugs to the point of addiction, and pressured her into what you call sex with hard men for hire, what they call those sex slaves. Oh my God, yeah. Like with Jane. Now Jane was older. Jane was older than Cassie, and you see, although she was moldable too, but she was older. But she still had her way up trying to push back. Cassie had no pushback because Cassie was young, and he got her all twisted up in the mind. Okay, let me just answer this phone call, guys. I'm sorry about that. Let me just answer this phone call right quick. Glad that came on. Okay, thank you guys. Let me watch. Okay, but Jane was older. Okay, Jane is older than Cassie. Like with Jane, it became her job. It became her shame. This is the prosecution, Christie speaking. Okay. The prosecution had moved back in time to focus on the star witness of the case, which is Cassie, who said Diddy introduced the idea of freak-offs with male escorts to her when she was 22 and a singer on his record label. Remember all them years, all that music. We haven't heard it. It was just the same thing that he did with Rodney Jones, Little Rod, but Little Rod was a man. Okay? Little Rod. But Cassie was 19 when he first met her. And it took to her being 22 to convince her to get into the freak-off, to do the freak-off. He did a lot of molding. But you got to remember, he had other women that he was still working on. He had other women. He had other stuff still going on. So, yeah, he molded her, got her in total compliance. So the word no meant nothing to him. And she don't even say no. Because once you get beaten for so many times, in order to escape a beating, you just just don't even say anything. Just do as you're told. Now, an older woman, on the other hand, she's going to give you pushback because she's not going to take that. We're going to be ending in just, let me see how long we got on here. Let me go ahead and finish this right quick. The prosecution is attempting to give the argument with Jane consent to the hotel sex nights. That is not an adult woman making a free choice, as the defense has suggested. The prosecution said the factors are lurking in the background of their relationship, the threat of releasing sex tapes, the rent payments, yes, the violent outbursts, make up the rest of the picture the government is offering. But you got to remember, that's like something he was hanging a threat. They have something over your head. Let me, this is not muted. Okay. Y'all see the conversation. 5 minutes. Take a break right now and change the jury that another hour. So look great. What? Let me see what they're saying here. I'm too busy trying to be nosy, and they'll come on Friday. On Friday. Yeah. Y'all, I'm too busy being nosy. Okay. Let me get down to the last of this. Okay. But if anything come out of that courthouse, we're going to be on it. Okay. We're going to be on it. Okay. They was talking about Jane in the hotel SDX night. That is, and they're saying that this is not an adult woman making a free choice. They're talking about how Combs was holding a lot of stuff over her head in the background of their relationship, like the threat of releasing the XEX tape. Now, that's dirty. The rent payments. Remember, he was paying for her housing, paying for her house. The violent outburst, she just took it. But she gave a little back talk, but you should. Don't let nobody talk to you like that. Make up the rest of the picture, the government saying. But the prosecution is hammering on the recurring elements of Sean Diddy's relationship with Jane to talk about her rent and drug use, something that Jane had little experience with before being in the relationship. Okay. If she was high on a drug that made her feel sexy, and aroused, she wouldn't refuse, the prosecution said. Before turning to the videos of their hotel nights, I don't know whether they are showing these again today, but I don't know. I think they did show a picture of Sean and the jurors had on headphones. I don't know, but maybe to refresh their memories, because people do forget. You got so much going on. So, but they were saying if she was high on drugs and she felt a little XEX arousal from all those drugs, she won't refuse. They can't say no. Even if they say no, the person going to do what they want to do, because that's the reason they gave them the drugs anyway, to get them like that. So doesn't make any sense for the defense to try to rebuttal that, but that's their job, is to do that. the prosecution said before turning to the videos on those hotel nights. What those videos showed was that Jane was super, super high. That's the prosecution saying that. Yeah, super, super. Well, y'all can forget that no, her saying no, or she's been forced. Of course, she's been forced. That's why he give her the drugs to keep everybody in compliance, even the workers, the ex-workers, the men that comes. Yeah, everybody is lit. And he's too busy directing and having himself some fun. The term first came to public awareness in November 2023 when the singer Cassie filed a lawsuit accusing Sean Combs, her one-time boyfriend and recording label boss, of years of sex and physical abuse. 3 calls. According to the lawsuit by Cassie, who was born Cassie Ventura, a freak off was what Mr. Combs called the highly choreographed sex encounter that he directed. Like, you do this and you do that. No, you got to move up, go in, push down harder. I don't know. I'm just pretend like I'm a director. Okay. He's directing to engage in a fantasy of his called voyeurism. How you going to direct another man how to do something and put something and go into something? Oh Lord, that messed up my mind when I said that. That just messed up my mind for the day when I said that. How can you direct another? Oh Lord, that picture in my head just. Oh Lord, that's too much. It's just too much. Just too much. But anyway, that's too much directing. Oh, that messes with your mind. They involve costumes like masks, lingerie, a lot of drugs. They got these specific drugs, amounts of drugs, including another type of drug, then another type of drug. Well, should I say them? Here it is, guys.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime Live here on YouTube. We are covering the closing arguments in the federal sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy trial of Sean Diddy Combs. He is on trial for his life, and the government has spent the morning and now much of the afternoon making its final pitch to those jurors in this case. It's been a long 8 weeks, and we are now at the final stretch. The defense
right now it's 3:00 in New York, 3:02.
Will make its closing argument tomorrow, and then the jury will start deliberating. So we want to get a look at what is going on down there in Lower Manhattan at the federal courthouse. And to do that, we've got eyes and ears all over the place, both inside the courthouse and outside the courthouse. So let's get right to it and get to Sierra Gillespie from Law and Crime. She is on the ground right there outside the courthouse. So Sierra, what have you been seeing as you're hanging out there outside the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan? Is there a lot of activity this afternoon?
Hi, Anjanette. Thanks for having me on. It's always so great to talk to you. So today I was expecting some major crowds here. I mean, we're starting closings. It's the beginning of the end, right? So I got here around 8 o'clock this morning, and honestly, not much going on. Up and down the block, we have reporters with their cameras doing live streams or interviews like you and I are doing right now. But beyond that, not too much. That is until around 9 o'clock this morning, and that's when things started to heat up. So we saw Diddy's family that is inside. So we're talking the twins, we're talking Christian Combs, Justin Combs. Christian, I'm not entirely sure about. Justin, we saw Quincy Brown. So we have all of those people who were there. And then we hit the lunch hour, and that's really when things start to get going. So we have people outside the courthouse right behind me here. It's kind of quiet right now, but they were wearing free puff t-shirts and hats. And they were kind of, chanting. A lot of people were live streaming. I don't know if it was on their own personal Instagrams or what they were doing. So all these people out chanting, free puppy. And then you have people on the other side of things too, who were voicing support for survivors.
Very, very interesting. The survivors of sexual abuse, sex trafficking, that is one of the allegations in this case. Of course, Sean Combs says he's never sex trafficked anybody. But that's a point of contention here. Cassie Ventura claimed that she was sex trafficked. So did Jane. That's a big point here. And that's something that's been brought to the forefront. So what have you been hearing about that outside of the courthouse today? Because there's been some talk about that, about survivors of sexual abuse and sex trafficking.
I mean, that's the entire reason why we're here, right? These allegations of sex trafficking. And I think that's what's hard is right now they're just that, allegations. There has been no sort of conviction in any way. But there are these women who took the stand who are victims or survivors. I mean, I'm talking about Cassie and Mia and Jane. And so in order to voice support for these specific people, there was an alliance, a group here today called Safe Haven. And they were outside. They did a bit of a demonstration showing they're there to voice support specifically for those women or other, survivors in all of this. And I actually spoke with the chairwoman, I believe, Liz Roberts. So we're going to throw to her interview now.
At Safe Horizon, we see survivors like Cassie every day. Her story reflects what happens behind closed doors far too often. We know that leaving an abusive relationship is never simple. It's dangerous, it's isolating, and often overwhelming. And that's why we exist. We offer confidential 24-hour support, free of charge, without any judgment. Survivors can access help regardless of their immigration status, identity, or their ability to pay. Our work spans support survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse, trafficking, and other forms of violence. We serve individuals from every background, every borough, and every belief system. And yet, federal funding cuts are putting these life-saving services at risk. These aren't abstract budget decisions. They have real consequences. Consequences that might determine whether a survivor has a safe place to go in their immediate moment of need. This is why Safe Horizon is here speaking out. Be clear, we are not going anywhere. We are doubling down on our mission to make safety, healing, and justice accessible to all survivors. Every person deserves to feel safe in their home, in their community, in their body, and in their minds. We at Safe Horizon know that safety is a human right. To the survivors who are watching or listening, we are here with you. We hear your truth, we believe in your strength, and we will always be here to stand with you. The Sean Diddy Combs trial is a national wake-up call, but it's not just about one man. It's about a culture that enables sexual violence, a legal system that continues to fail survivors, and a public narrative that too often blames those who have already been harmed. The brave survivors who have come forward in this case are not outliers. They are the visible edge of a much larger, often invisible crisis. For every survivor whose story makes headlines, there are countless others who remain silent. Out of fear, out of shame, retaliation, or because our legal system continues to show them that it won't protect them. And that remains true, even in New York.
And something really important in all of this too is that there is help out there. You're not alone if you're somebody who's experiencing anything like this. And there are hotlines and helplines and things such as that. So we want to toss to a clip about that as well.
Who are here in New York City and have experienced anything like what we've heard in this trial, please reach out to Safe Horizon at our hotline or on our website. We have confidential chat available on our website. And please know that you are not alone and you don't have to go through this alone. We are here to support any survivor's safety, connection, and healing.
And I think that really just goes to show the importance of what we're talking about here. These are really serious allegations, Anjanette. And I know you've been covering this case since before the indictment, back when we were talking about civil allegations here. And I think it's just a reminder about these sexual assault survivors, both involved in this case and other ones all over.
Yeah, no doubt. It's a dispute in this case, whether or not he committed these crimes, at least at this point, the jury will have the final say. But there's an important message here that victims of sexual abuse, sexual trauma, sex trafficking, there is help out there. And of course, we want people who are victims of these crimes to reach out and get the help that they need. Sierra, thank you. You're going to stay and hang out with us here for a little while today. We want to bring in the rest of our panel. We have a great panel to take your questions, and we're going to update you on where things stand in court. Nima Rahmani is also here with us. Very exciting. Former federal prosecutor, and Safa Robinson Ferrer. She is an attorney as well. So thanks to both of you for being with me too. So far today, they're making their final pitch. Nima, he's a racketeer, they say. Sean Diddy Combs is a racketeer. He's a sex trafficker. He transported these women to engage in prostitution acts with men who were either sex workers or sometimes porn stars. So how do you think things are going thus far? Christy Slavic, Nima, is telling the jury that there were co-conspirators involved here, and that's part of racketeering. There has to be one person in agreement with another person, at least one other person, to be furthering crimes for an enterprise. So how do you think it's going?
I think it's going well, but I think there's a key difference in the charges in the case. And I'll start with the easiest, in my opinion, to the most difficult. The easiest is that prostitution, Anjanette, the Mann Act, right? And we're seeing Christine Slavic there delivering the government's closing arguments. Prostitution, right? You need a commercial sex act, some sort of payment. You need interstate nexus across state lines. I think it's in the bag. I think it's proven that Combs and Cassie Ventura and Jane were paying sex workers. And that's all you need for prostitution in that Mann Act, again, aside from the interstate nexus. But obviously, look, we know that the government didn't prosecute this case to get a Mann Act violation. Even though there's a 10-year max, that's the type of conviction that might just get him time served, but that's all he gets. So let's turn to racketeering. And this is why I think the government can get racketeering. Because you can get to racketeering without sex trafficking. You can get there through kidnapping. You can get there through arson. You can get there through forced labor. You can get there through drug trafficking. And I think one thing that's proven is the drug distribution in the case. So obviously you need that criminal enterprise, right? Sean Diddy Combs, the head of Bad Boy Entertainment. You need that conspiracy to do something unlawful, that agreement, right? You have Combs conspiring with KK, Christina Horam, D-Rock, right? To bribe the security guard at the Intercontinental Hotel, to do the arson, the Molotov cocktail, Kid Cudi's car, the kidnapping of Capricorn Clark over a series of days, her in an office building, being subjected to a lie detector, right? The forced labor of the assistant. So I like racketeering because it gives a path to a conviction without sex trafficking. I got to tell you, Anjanette, I am concerned about sex trafficking. I think it is the weakest of the arguments. I believe the victims. So when people are chatting and messaging, I'm certainly not an apologist, but I think it's challenging because you have Cassie and there's emails and text messages from her setting up these freak offs, communicating with escorts and porn stars, paying them. You have victim Mia, who didn't report the sexual assault to law enforcement, didn't even tell prosecutors during the initial meeting. And then you have Jane, who her messages were better. She did say in certain instances that she didn't want to participate in the hotel nights, but she did change her mind. She was receiving payments from Combs. He was telling her that he didn't want a monogamous relationship, right? She was asking for money for clothes, she was getting gifts, she was getting bags, she was getting jewelry. Again, I think they were all trafficked, but I think getting 12 out of 12 for the sex trafficking may be very, very difficult because the jurors are going to be asking themselves, why did these women stay with their abuser if they were being abused? And we saw this argument work with some success recently in the Harvey Weinstein case.
There's a lot to unpack there, Nima. A lot to unpack there. So let's start, Safa, with the sex trafficking portion of this. Do you think that the sex trafficking part of this is a tough sell? When, Cassie, yes, Sean Combs was in a position of power over Cassie. He was not only her boyfriend, but he was also in charge of her career. He was in charge, he was paying her rent, had her car, doing all of these things. He had the control in the relationship. There was a power dynamic there. But you've got all these text messages. She's into the freak offs, when they both want it and all of these things. And then same with Jane. You've got the talk about Jane getting 10 grand a month for her rent, and she's still getting that money, for her rent. And her lawyer is being paid for. And she said she wanted to make her partner happy. So do you believe that the sex trafficking charges are a tough sell for this jury?
I think the sex trafficking charges are going to be a toss-up. I think that you're going to have some individuals that view this as a relationship that, the domestic violence was a part of that relationship, but it's not uncommon for couples to travel to other jurisdictions, engage in sexual activity. We know that some couples engage in more risque sexual activity, and it's not illegal to, be a freak per se. Not only that, but, whether or not there was threats of force, fraud, or coercion is going to be a question as well. Is this a domestically violent relationship, or is this sex trafficking? And I think what the government's trying to do here, and they've been doing during their closing, is showing that hotel video, which essentially we believe shows that there was a freak off taking place inside that hotel room. Ms. Ventura tried to leave, and he used threats of force in that video, and we can see that through his attack on her as a selling point to get a conviction on the sex trafficking charges.
So, Safa, great points there. And Nima, I'm going to get right back to you in a second. I want to remind everybody that while we're live here, we are going to be taking your questions. So please drop those into our YouTube chat. We will get to as many of them as we can. You guys always give us, you submit the best questions, and we really love that. So keep those questions coming. I want to let you know that court has gone on a break. So let's update you a little bit on what Christy Slavic has been telling the jury since the court is on a break. And maybe we'll check in with Elizabeth Milner if she's able to get out of the courthouse. We don't know if she'll be able to get out of the courthouse, but she is in the courtroom. I want to remind you of that. Christy Slavic has been telling the jury that Jules Theodore, he is one of the sex workers, one of the escorts, was at the London Hotel in New York City, and the defendant asked for Jules' name for the ticket, and the defendant's Amex shows that he paid for a car. There's a $2,000 bill from the London Hotel, and the defendant texted, "I will tip you for what? Sex." So, of course, we know he's paying a sex worker, right? She then continued, for this incident alone, the defendant is guilty under count 3. That's the Mann Act violation, transportation, to engage in prostitution. So that, again, that is not a big fish charge. Yes, it's a federal charge, but this is not something, the feds are not wanting to really hook him on that. They want something much bigger. But there's more. Jules at the London Hotel starting at 7 a.m. Consider this. Paul going to Turks. That's outside of the country. The defendant says, "How should I pay?" He paid for Paul's travel to Turks for sex. So that's international travel. She continues here. Reggie flew from Las Vegas to LA for sex. He is never tired. Jane sent $1,100 via Cash App. Here's the hotel folio. $4,000 of damage. The hotel staff found bodily fluids on the floor. It couldn't be clearer. She continues talking about every time KK helped arrange travel for Wild King nights. Those are also, freak offs. She was part of the crime. She may not have liked it, but she did it. KK set up travel for a Wild Kings night in Vegas. And then she continued that KK knows. She also said that KK helped Cabral book his travel. Combs asks her for cash. She knows exactly what's going on. She facilitated travel for escorts. Each is a racketeering act. So that's important, Nima, in the racketeering part of this. You only need to find 2 acts. Just here, there are dozens. And then they went to the break. So they're saying, for the racketeering part of this, just the simple act of, facilitating these freak offs and paying for the travel, that's a part of this. Nima, I know I've talked to you about this before. This is not what we think about when we think about racketeering. When we think about racketeering, we think about the mob, or we think about, committing maybe murders or something like that, gang activity. This is not what we typically think of. So is this kind of like a unique way to use the racketeering statute?
RICO is very broad and very powerful, and that's why criminal defense attorneys, they absolutely hate it. They think it's a clear example of prosecutorial overreach, right? I mean, you're right, Anjanette.
And that's what I was going to ask you.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
is this a bit of overreach? Because when we first heard about this, I think a lot of people were thinking maybe there would be more there. What we're hearing of is not your typical racketeering type activity.
Listen, I certainly expected a lot more when we started this trial. I'm happy to talk about that. But look, I'm a former prosecutor, so I love RICO and I love having an advantage
I'm sure
when we
you do.
can, because look, it brings a lot of people and a lot of evidence into the case, right? You're talking about state crimes, right? Violence here in California, completely different jurisdiction, stateside. Acts that are barred by the statute of limitations. But guess what, Anjanette? It all comes in under RICO. So, and you could bring in a lot of people. If it were me prosecuting this case, I would have charged KK. I would have charged D-Rock as co-conspirators and all this. You don't have to participate in the sex acts to be charged with a RICO conspiracy. All you got to do is agree to do something unlawful and there to be some overt acts and furtherance of the conspiracy, and you're on the hook for all the crimes committed in furtherance of the conspiracy. But yes, we are seeing RICO used a lot in maybe cases it shouldn't be. There was a lot of criticism, for instance, of Fonnie Willis. She used it in the Young Thug case, the Donald Trump case. And people were saying, listen, this is not what RICO is used for typically, right? And in the 70s, it was used for the mob. And then we later saw it used for street kings. And I used it for drug cartels. But look, it's a powerful statute. So you want to take advantage of it when you can. So I'm not surprised prosecutors and SDNY are doing so.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what this jury does with the RICO case, with the RICO count. I can see why the prosecution brought it. It's just not usually what we see. So I think it's going to be interesting to see what they go with what they do with this. We want to check in with Sierra Gillespie, who's outside the courthouse. So Sierra, they're on a break right now. I want to know what's going on outside the courthouse. Have people been kind of flooding out to get some fresh air, even though it's hot as can be down there in Lower Manhattan? You're in the middle of a heat wave, or what's going on?
Yeah, so thankfully it's not quite as hot as it was yesterday. Actually, we were fearing rain and it's a bit blustery if my hair blows in front of my face as it is doing now. That's why. We haven't seen much of a, crowd or anything coming out of the courthouse. And I think it's because it's just a break. It's not like the lunch break or anything. I went in there earlier today, to use the bathroom to grab some lunch. And let me tell you, it is huge. It is so big. And Judge Arun Subramanian is known for doing quick breaks, maybe 10 minutes. And so the reason why I think we haven't seen a bunch of activity coming out here is the fact that potentially these people think, oh no, if I come outside, I'm not going to be able to make it back in by the time court break wraps up. So I don't think we'll see any sort of flurry of activity really until the end of the day.
So Sierra, I want to know from one of our viewers, they always give us the best questions. This is Millie Iwano, and Millie Iwano is asking about Christina Coram. So we've had like the specter of Christina Coram, and I think we were all waiting to see throughout the trial. Was Christina Coram, KK, going to testify? I mean, this was Sean Combs's right-hand woman. She was basically his brain in some respects. I mean, I
like
think
that, his brain.
that at some point. So the prosecution, the government called her a co-conspirator in open courts. We were all thinking, oh my God, she's flipped and made a deal or not. Do we think that she could possibly be prosecuted after the Combs trial?
And Jeanette and our viewer, this is such a good question. And I think it's one that a lot of people have, actually, so much so that we've done multiple deep dives on my channel, Scandal. It's another show we have here on Law and Crime where we talk about all sorts of celebrity things. So we've been covering P. Diddy forever. So if you like what you see, make sure to subscribe to that channel. But back to the question, KK, will she be indicted in the future? And honestly, I think if anyone were to be, it could be her. I mean, Anjanette, you're right. I'm sure you talked about it on your show, Crime Fix, the fact that KK is the one that we all thought was going to take the stand. We thought that she's going to flip. I mean, she's mentioned.
I like that, Nicki. KK is somewhere in Vietnam by now. Yeah, just like a lot of them already gone.
In civil lawsuits ahead of all of this, specifically Lil Rod's lawsuit. That's the one I think of because her photo is right there in the lawsuit, right? And she's compared to Ghislaine Maxwell, the woman who was helping Diddy, as you said, the right-hand woman who's throughout all of this. So of course we expect her to flip and testify for the prosecution, for the government. And when she doesn't, that makes me think, okay, perhaps maybe she did meet with them. Maybe they did offer her immunity and maybe just what she said wasn't able to be corroborated or they decided to go in a different direction. However, I kind of think that based on what we've heard in court, she didn't testify, so she probably didn't get the immunity. She's involved in a lot of this. So yeah, I think that maybe she could be indicted down the line.
Yeah, I think a lot of this, and I want to kind of turn back to Nima on this point since he, used to be a federal prosecutor. Nima, what do you think the likelihood of KK being indicted is after this trial, or is that contingent upon the outcome of this trial?
It's not going to happen, Anjanette. It's certainly possible theoretically, but what you do in these cases is, I had the whiteboard right in my office, right? You have the head of the drug cartel who you're going after, and you have all these other individuals, lower level folks in the organization. And what you do is you flip them. And I can tell you that I put more than 1,000 people in federal prison, and I can count on 2 fingers the number of people that I wanted to flip and was unable to do so because you can put a lot of pressure on them and almost everyone wants to save themselves. So I think the prosecution has made a number of mistakes in this case. And one of the key mistakes is not leaning on and flipping Christina Horan, because if she's not there cooperating and testifying against Diddy, she's going to be there as a co-defendant. So the last thing you want to do is prosecute Diddy and not get a conviction, or certainly not get a conviction on all the counts. Because let me tell you, if this is just a prostitution conviction, this is the most expensive prostitution prosecution in the history of time. It's like Karen Reed getting convicted of DUI. I mean,
I was just thinking the same thing. Yes.
That's not why you prosecute this case. So listen, look, former employees, they know where the bodies are buried. You gotta get them. She was integral to all of this, right? She was getting the drugs, she was getting the sex workers, she knew what was going on. She is liable as a co-conspirator. So it was a very weak move or a non-move for the Department of Justice not to charge her and not to flip her. I certainly would have.
But Safa, don't you think they probably tried? And maybe this was like a united front. Maybe Sean Combs was like, he knew he was under investigation. I'm sure they talked. I'm sure their lawyers have talked. And maybe they just thought this was weak sauce or something. I don't know. His attorneys have said from the very beginning that, he was not guilty of these charges. Is it possible they did try to flip her and she just said, I didn't do anything wrong? She put out a statement through her attorney a few months back where she said, I didn't do anything wrong.
It's definitely possible. And I would imagine that they probably had conversations with KK and her attorney during this process, specifically during the investigation process and as they were preparing to panel grand jury. I'm absolutely shocked that they did not call her as a witness to testify. And what they could have done is called her as a witness to testify, which I think would have solidified the RICO charge, or they could have charged her along with Mr. Combs at the same time in the indictment and prosecuted the both of them together, which I think would have made a better showing for that conspiracy factor under the RICO charge. I don't know why they didn't do that. I'm actually really shocked that they didn't do that. So we'll see. I don't think that they're going to prosecute her after this case is over, regardless of the whether there's a guilty verdict or not. But I'm actually very surprised that they didn't initially.
Yeah, I think it's very surprising too. You guys, we've got some polls up. We've got some polls
After
up.
these polls,
right now,
guys,
we've got one up that says, do you think the jury is going?
let me just say this. We're not going to wait till the polls are up. It's 4 hours and 43 minutes we've been on live because I wanted to make sure I get everything. Is 3:28 in New York right now. I know they said it was on a break. They probably already back by now because breaks are maybe 10 minutes long. And you can see nobody's coming out of the courthouse. They don't want to be able to not get back in there on time or lose their spot or something, especially if you got a good spot. But anyway, I can understand that. But we're going to continue this. If I may put out some more information on this maybe tonight. If not, we'll just pick up with tomorrow. Okay. I do want to thank everybody that came in. Nicki, thank you for being here. Your sentiments exactly like mine. KK, after she probably talked with them, she probably hightailed it out of here. She probably on the other side somewhere. Oh, she's saying bye-bye. But anyway, thank you everybody that came in. Linda Gamble, Sweet Tea, and Petitious. Thank you all, everybody that came in. You all know who you all are. Deborah Jackson. I may miss some. Alice was the first one, I think, popping in. Alice or Sharon. Oh, yeah. Thank y'all for being here. Christine, thank you for coming in as well. I love to see your face. Okay. Benita, thank you guys. Thank you everybody that came. Y'all know how we do it. Let me just pull this down. Okay. Y'all know how we do it. But thank you guys. I will be, tomorrow is Friday. I will be covering it on Friday. The only way I won't be covering, I'm not here. I'm going somewhere. I'm traveling. I'm going back to my other house, but hopefully, because actually I had 2 doctor's appointments. I had one today and one for tomorrow, and everything. That's why I had the little paper still holding it here. So I even texted a picture of it to my husband so he can call to cancel that. Oh yeah, that's what I did. Cancel that appointment. But anyway, guys, thank you all for being here and everything. Thank you, everybody that showed love for the chat. Thank you, everybody that came into the bushes. But make sure y'all still, you can still hit that like button even while you're on your way out. And if you have not subscribed to the channel, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. All right. So you know how we do it when we go out. We'll be back tomorrow. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, I'm tired of shit, and the coffee ain't hit yet. Damn, ain't that great. I don't want to go to work, cause my boss is a jerk, and I'm not even that paid.